Morning. Well, good morning. Good morning, the Turtle Moves and Tony and Shill. Liam, I'm glad you had a big cup of coffee already. I'm almost through my first, actually. Oh, enjoying my first cup of coffee with you guys has become a habit the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Hey, Vic, I sent you a Twitter DM. T King, hey, how are you? Anna, it's good to see you with a coffee cup right there. Halko, always one of the first in. Nice to see you too. It's nice to see all those coffee cups too. I think we're going to need it. After all, it's Monday. It's Monday. The beginning of a week. George, welcome. And tomorrow, kiddo. Yes, coffee. But I know it's late for you there. It is. But what do we got to look forward to this morning? A lot. A lot. We have the defense coming up with, what did they say? 4 witnesses still left for them. Cross has finished. There's been a lot of speculation on how well Crichton Waters did or how well he didn't do. I have my opinions on it. I'd like to hear what you guys have to say. Well, basically, I think some things took a little longer than what most people were perceiving was necessary. But I think the points made were valid. I mean, after all, didn't we get to hear a few things we didn't expect? Well, Alex Murdaugh has admitted to lying uh, from the start in regards to the investigation. Really didn't have a choice if he was going to take the stand, did he? Well, he also got a lot of time to play to the jury to see if they would sympathetically go with him as a father, as a husband, that he couldn't do it. And yeah, I remember, Tony, in the 911 call, we caught him in a lie there too, in regards to when he touched the bodies or when he didn't. In the 911 call, they said don't touch, and he said he already did, right? But now he's changing his story based on testimony. And here's the important thing that I picked up. At least I think it's important the way I look at it, is that several times during Alex Murdaugh's testimony, we saw him change prior statements or correct things or redirect us, re-explain, add more detail based on testimony that was heard, like not having enough time when he left the his vehicle to check the bodies from the 911 call. We know he did that before. He said he did it before on the 911 call, but now he's changing his story to say he did it after. He thinks he did it after because he's listening to the testimony and he knows what
Hmm.
the jury's going to find is unreasonable as far as timeline goes. So there's been some changes to the story there. Also, one of the last things we heard him admit is those dogs weren't upset because there wasn't anybody they didn't recognize there. Crichton
Yep.
Porter's got him to admit that right before they left. Yeah. In Crichton
Also,
Waters. Yeah, go ahead.
also note when the police get there, Bubba's in a cage.
Yeah, who put him there?
Of course you did. You're gonna shoot that dog's mama. He's gonna bite you.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, well, yeah, we just there was a lot of stuff that just like leaked out slowly, carefully, like behind with no big like, ta-da, Crichton Waters didn't like point at it and, do a symbol or beat a drum. He just let it all come out. You know,
Yep. He let
that
him
was
run his mouth.
mhm. There were several pictures of Crichton Waters that came forward on the internet. One of them I put on my Twitter feed for you guys, just showing how invested he was in that cross. That was exhausting for him to hold back
Oh yeah.
that way, to go on and on and on. People say that the financial crimes doesn't have anything to do with it. And I understand where they're coming from when you think about like it's a murder trial. Like, why are we talking about finance? Remember, that's part of the pressure and part of the
Yeah.
whole scenario.
Motive.
So it
Yeah.
has to be in there. But Crichton Waters also used it to show that Alex would lie to anyone. And he's trying to
He
show
sure
the
did.
jury. Remember, he's got 12 members up there that don't know Alex Murdaugh, and he needs to introduce the liar to them. He needed to introduce the actual lawyer to them, not the grieving
Yep.
father, not the grieving husband. Okay. His job was to show you the other side of Alex. And I think it took a while to do that because, after all, we have a lawyer up there. He was very good. Alex did everything he could to play to that jury, and he pretty much twisted a couple of things on Crichton Waters successfully. It looked like he was in control of the actual cross many times until you hear
Right.
the things that came out, until you watch him turn to the jury specifically in certain answers, as you would expect him to if he's been,
Yeah.
even a regular, not a lawyer on the stand would have, if been being coached or being actually prepared properly, would have done. You know.
Well, Claire, and good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I came in your monologue there.
Yeah, yeah. Without even a
um,
good morning, such a man thing to do. These
I
guys.
know I'm
Yeah,
such a
it's
dick.
like,
Just come
yeah,
on in and don't say hi.
yeah.
Um, yeah. So I watched that all that behavioral panel thing, and I
Mm-hmm.
want to point out some stuff for people that did not see
Mm-hmm.
any of the behavioral panel. I made notes of the stuff that he does
Oh,
when he's
that's good.
lying.
We could do that on the break because like we only have 5 minutes
Sure.
before they start, but that's a lot of
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
A lot of stuff. But
Yeah.
what I'll do in the meantime is I do have that link. I'll copy that link. I will put that in the chat. This is the video he's talking about. If anybody wants to check it out before break, or if you've already seen it. Oh, why this is not.
It's like an hour and a half long total. If
Yeah.
you want to watch the whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
you might want to do it after the
Mm-hmm.
trial. It's very
Yeah.
detailed and you really got to pay attention. These guys are
Yeah.
brilliant. And these are
Mm-hmm.
the same guys that were recommended by Dr. Silkman. And it just
Well,
so happened that I had
his
the same
group
video
saw
that
it.
Claire
Yeah,
did.
yeah. One of his people. It wasn't actually Dr. Silkman that sent it to me,
Oh,
but was somebody from the group sent it to me, and they had watched it. And I agreed that there was stuff there. We don't normally use like the body language and all of that stuff when we're talking about evidence, and then there's good reason because that of all the sciences can be interpreted individually any number of ways because people are
right.
individuals. But they did make quite a few good points in it. Just when you looked at the whole thing, it's just like to uh like an experiment almost, in like, what do you think we're seeing here, because they all had different views on it. I agree, and it was quite eye opening. There was a couple of other things. You remember that Dr. Silkman specifically mentioned the mob crew numerous times during both of our conversations. And so the second link I'm dropping here is to a video of how they believe the reenactment could have happened so fast, how they actually think the crime happened, which is something that Dr. Silkman had asked us all to like focus on, like make to see if all the facts that we're hearing, all the evidence, if the crime could actually have been committed in that time. And they did a pretty good job of reenacting on that one too. So I put that one in there also for you.
Cool.
Actually, the last one wasn't I don't think the body language one. I put the wrong one in there. The first one is actually JD, a lawyer's view about the testimony, about what we've heard and what we may or may not have missed. This last
Okay.
one that I'm putting in is, is the body language one, which I should have started with. I have them in the wrong order there, but I caught it. Okay.
Well, that's okay. If you guys forget later, just leave it as a surprise. Put it
Mhm.
on a tab and just go watch it later. You
Yeah,
won't know what you
I
have,
think
but it'll be
I,
fun.
I think they've learned. If I put a link in the chat, they need to go find it and save it, because it's usually something juicy. It's usually something from Twitter that's pretty lit, or it's a good
Right.
video that we've been talking about. So hopefully, but anyway, they're there for the breaks and whatever that you go by. Yes, Liam, you're one of the ones with the JD the lawyer, right? There was a lot in there that we've already talked about that some people may be missing, that Liam had picked up. Lots of people in the chat had picked up stuff during the cross,
Uh-huh.
and what had happened, especially about the conversations. We're all wondering why Crichton Waters kept bringing up all these different victims of the financial crimes. And when you think about the vast array of victims that he brought up, they were all different than we talked about before, except for Tony Satterfield, right? We had talked about him because he was a son and he was taking care of his brother, and it was the most poignant one we remember. Well, we learned about a quadriplegic, in a man with 6 children, in a mother whose child had died, in a
And
young
2 girls whose
woman.
parents have died.
Mhm,
Right.
mhm, and 2 girls whose parents had died, a young girl who had damage, who couldn't work anymore due to some physical damage done to her due to an accident. So we learned about the gamut of people he would lie to. And we also heard him say to that jury, right to their face, that he loved and cared for all his clients. And
Yeah.
that's when Crichton Waters decides, oh, yeah, and I bet you won't recall one single conversation you had with him. And he didn't. He could tell you
Yeah.
what the case was about, how much the money was, what the person did for a living, how long he knew them, but he wouldn't recall any of the conversations because that would be too personal. Number one, wouldn't that make him a monster, lying to their face and doing all of that, you know? And the
Yeah.
other,
Absolutely.
and him actually not being able to recall them, it's a double-edged sword. Not being able to tell the jury what he said to them actually admits that he's not really thinks what he did was wrong. Like, he's not willing to accept the guilt and the consequence of what he did.
Yeah, but he knows it. His body language says he knows it
Oh,
for
he knew.
sure.
There's
Because there
no
was
way. Yeah, there's no
Oh,
way he
yeah. No,
didn't
he
remember. Yeah.
totally he knew he was lying from the beginning. He knew he was lying all 3 interviews or whatever. I think it was 3 total, right? Before,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay.
Oh, you mean
In all
SLED
3
interviews?
interviews
Yes, SLED
yeah, the
interviews.
SLED interviews, the 2 in
Mm-hmm.
the car, the 1 in the
Mm-hmm.
office. It's
Mm-hmm.
and it's funny because after I watched the, oh, by the way, guys, it's called the behavioral panel tomorrow,
Yeah.
kiddo, if that's
Yeah.
is that the same one you watched?
Yeah.
And, also, kiddo, it was, total around 10 million, I believe, and they cannot find about 7 million of it. Is that correct, Claire?
Yeah, the money.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're
Yeah,
talking,
roughly.
they talk in round numbers of like $10 million total. And there's quite a few million that they just reasonably cannot account for. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. But all those numbers can be speculative anyway. Like they can come up with how much money he borrowed and how much money he stole, but exactly how he spent it, where he spent it is a little more difficult to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why the speculation, I know a lot of you guys have the speculation of, well, not a lot, some of you had the speculation that he might have hired somebody, and that's where that
Mm-hmm.
question of the money comes in. But, you guys always have to remember he had a gambling habit. There was other shit in play there,
Mm-hmm.
He went out and partied at Key West,
Mm-hmm.
2 months after the murders, and they were giving him a stay on the money thing at the time because
Mm-hmm.
they were letting him grieve his family because they
True,
felt that
true.
was more important than money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's many ways he could have
Mm-hmm.
gotten rid of that, or you
True.
spent it, or he could have hidden it. We
Yeah,
don't know.
true. Let me go through some comments here before. Hey, Bearded. Good morning. Good morning. What are we in store for? Just to remind everybody, it is the defense's turn still, and we've got 4 witnesses still that they said that they wanted to bring. They had the little tete-a-tete with the judge when we left on Friday. He conferred with the attorneys, and at that point, we learned that the defense was definitely bringing 4 more witnesses. Thinks they'll be done by, say, Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest, because they're snarkily, Harpootlian has to say, because Crichton Waters has to cross. They could be here till next Friday, but who knows? We keep him up there a long time. He got his shot in about how long he took. Crichton Waters, though, at that time informed the judge that yes, he has at least, and he said the word at least, 2 rebuttal witnesses. So there you go. So
Yep.
he's not done. Crichton Waters is not done. We've got more to look forward for him. So we got some witnesses
Yeah.
coming up. Just to remind you from the witness list, and I'll give you that link again. That's actually in the description of the video. All the videos actually, pretty much for quite a while now, at least the last couple of weeks. There's a psychologist still on there, there's a forensic pathologist on there, and there's a head and neck surgeon listed. And there's also all the family members. Randy Murdaugh, we haven't heard from him yet. The sister, his sister, the Murdaugh
Yeah.
sister. Not we did hear from Maggie's sister. Well, so
Yeah.
there's some stuff going on. Hey, Sandra, welcome. Mary Beth, welcome. I see you guys all coming in. It's nice to have everybody here. Wow, there's a lot of you here this morning, so bright and early. You got your coffee, you got your snacks. Okay, it's going to be
Murder
interesting.
minion addicts.
I love it. I love it. Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
I do.
I love this
You
shit.
said,
So,
yeah.
I also have some questions for the chat if you want to think about it when this trial starts. I want to know if you guys think that the state will recall any witnesses and who you think they're going to recall.
Yes,
I
we
think
could
that'll
put
be
up.
something
Yeah, we
fun
could
to
have
talk about.
Let me just take a quick questions before they come in. Bearded, is
Yeah,
he
do it.
still pleading not guilty in the other cases? Could or are there jury trials? Could he be going for a perjury charge in the other cases, which is a much lower sentence? Well, here's the thing. He pretty much admitted to everything on the stand. I think he made Crichton Waters' actual prosecution of those cases quite a bit easier, okay? Because in several instances in other trials, like in the Lafayette and in the Smith trial, they've got his testimony there. In the Satterfield trial, they have his testimony all there in his affidavits. As he goes to trial, he has been admitting it. Bearded. Whether they start linking them all together to save themselves some trouble or keeping them separate, I don't know. Those are only the criminal cases I'm talking about that Crichton Waters is in charge of right there in Colton County. They've got like quite a few indictments. What we have to remember, there's quite a handful. I think it's 12 civil cases that are going on also. I mean, this man is legally tied up for the rest of his life. There will not be a penny for anyone left. It's they're squeezing a lemon here, and it's pretty well. It's going to be complicated. all legal opinion out there. I haven't heard anyone say anything differently, except for that Alex might be, fighting for his reputation here in regards to the murder trial, because he is never getting out of jail. He already has a life sentence based on what's going on with everything else. Like, he's never getting out. There's just no way.
No, it's just a matter of right now. It's just a matter of which jail he ends up in. Is it going to be a cushy one or a nasty one? That's really the difference.
Yep.
So, what was the other thing? Damn it! I saw something. I lost it.
No, that's okay. Let me go through the chat anyway. Well, you just think to yourself there for a minute. Arthur, good morning, Arthur. And Liam says, I do think, though, that he didn't remember many of the figures which he actually stole, because it was so common that became mundane. So he destroyed people's lives. I do recall that it was kind of blasé when he goes, like, Colleton Waters goes, so your fees were $2 million and you got that? And he's like, yes. And he goes, and then you stole the $6 million because you, like, it goes, yeah, well, if that's the figure, if you recall the figure that way, that's the figure.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah,
it's like real, like, I'm not going to counter you on any of the figures, he told Colleton Waters. I'm sure you have all the figures correct. Like he wasn't even going to bother. He just went with it. But it was like,
well, because he knows damn well they know, and there's no getting out of it. Like, everybody knows now.
No, the case has been very well prepared. The fact that Colleton Waters had all that ready in case 404B could come in speaks to you about he knew this case could go anyway. And it also shows all of us, as much as we want to keep it to just murder, it has never been just about murder because of who Alex Murdaugh is. Okay, and what Alex Murdaugh has done. It's impossible to not present the clear picture of the man. And fortunately for the prosecution, they got to present the picture of the complete man. And that's important, because you got to get to motive. Remember, we're talking about his immediate family. That's all from the very start. What did everyone in this chat? Well, I don't want to say everyone, but a good majority of this chat and social media said they had a hard time just imagining someone killing people they loved like that because of the horrific nature of the crime. They were like, they couldn't believe that a man could look at his son and do such a thing, or his wife. Now, if you deal with serial killer history like I do in the FBI behavioral unit, like researching all of that, and just murder in general on a general basis that I do just with these cases, it's possible. If you are like Bearded, who knows about family annihilators and actually has the research or looked into it and everything, it's rare, but it is really possible. And I think Bearded Heretic in particular has been pretty good at giving us enough information to go there. All right, we are on now, Beck. Here we go, Judge in the house.
You got about 3 or 4 minutes.
I know. Let's say good morning, Judge, and then we can talk again. Right. Good morning, Judge. We tip our cup to you. Good morning, Judge Newman.
I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that the courtroom decorum must be maintained at all times. You're not allowed to react to any testimony, cheer, jeer, nor speak in the courtroom unless it's during the time I said, let's take a stretch break. Speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain order. Anything before the jury comes?
Nothing from state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses. I don't know how they could go all day, but direct ought to be relatively quick. We're going to rest today, I believe, and then the state is going to call several somewhere. We've been told up to 4. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 6, but whatever. I think there's a high likelihood that they will rest on their reply case by tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we can get done and be on track to close and charge on Wednesday, Your Honor.
With this caveat, we believe it would be useful for the jury to visit Moselle, both the area in the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships. And so what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I mean, I know I wouldn't, if they don't want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And obviously, Your Honor's dealt with this before. I don't know what, I mean, we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And that's, I don't know whether that should take any more than, Moselle's about 30 minutes from here. 40 minutes from here. So that's 40 there, 40 back. An hour on the scene, maybe 3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed, but we believe they ought to be given the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done, but we're asking they be allowed to do that if they want to do it.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that. You know, I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene. And if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and thicker than they were on June 7th. The state is not asking that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either. And I'm not aware of any procedure where we just kind of throw it into the jury's, hands to take a vote. So we would object to that proposal.
Your Honor, if Your Honor wanted to instruct them, they're only there to see the kennels. There's no issues that they should be viewing the house, or because the scene is we concede that that's changed, but the kennels, the spatial, how small the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way deal with the relationship between the house and the, and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I mean, I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want it. I don't know whether they vote or whether you ask the forelady. Or I mean, I've seen it done where the judge asks the jury, "Do you want to go to the scene?" Now, it's been a while. I can't remember whether it was a vote, but he did ask the jury. It was sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
And we certainly would object to putting any sort of vote to the jury at this point in time. I've never heard of any such a thing. Generally, jury views are at the request of a party, and
I'm requesting.
Well, again, I don't know that it's necessary in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help or aid to the jury. And if anything, it may confuse the issues again because the property has changed since the night of June 7th, 2021.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Upon request of either side, the court will allow a jury view. I will not ask the jury to decide whether or not they want to view. I think that could invite premature deliberations in the case, or just the mere fact that they would have to discuss that issue, I think would invite premature discussions of relevant facts, what might be relevant facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will arrange a jury view, and the court will go. The lawyers may go if you want to go. Of course, there are so many lawyers. That's a mammoth team in of itself. And I can advise the jury as part of the going to the scene that the certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years ago, whenever the period of time was. So If the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Your Honor, thank you. And I just bring this to the court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most distasteful kinds of things I've ever seen. So perhaps before they head out there, some of the security could be in place, and so they
We'll have
don't.
law enforcement security scene, ensure that no one is there.
Well,
Unless, yeah.
the John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove him, and it seems they have they're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want the jury influenced by, crazy paparazzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there. The scene will be secure. No one will be there during a jury view. Now, do you want a jury view? Does the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security is not caught unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the property. And they've got the authority to close off the road. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not telling them how to do their job, but I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
We'll arrange for a jury view with law enforcement. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, you may bring the jury.
Okay, well, that was a roundabout way in, like, I just got to be a little snarky. Of course, Harpootlian wasn't telling anyone here to do their job. No, not anyone. He just suggesting. Yes. Yeah. I need some more coffee. Good morning, judges drinking coffee. We're all having our coffee here, but curious though, Dick Harpootlian just said they only have 3 witnesses instead of the 4 he talked about on Friday. And all of a sudden, Creighton Waters has from 2 rebuttal witnesses to like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or whatever it was that Harpootlian just said. And Creighton Waters is looking quite reserved today and tawny top. I wonder what that means. Good morning, Charlie Welsh. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well today. Then in the volume, guys, this feed is a different feed. It is a less trafficked
Good morning.
one.
Okay, welcome back once again. Day number 25. The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Eisenstat to the stand, please. And Your Honor, while he's coming around, Dr. Eisenstat is a pathologist. We're going to be, first of all, showing some pretty graphic photos on the computer and the Elmo. And secondly, we're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So we will be offering exhibits. We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate, but certainly 10 minutes into this testimony, we're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that are going to be pretty graphic. So a number of these exhibits, not all of them, but 90% of them, we're going to move to introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic, they can leave. So if Your Honor sees some of the Murdaughs get up walking out, that would be because it's, again, extremely graphic. So,
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic. Please state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Eisenstat, Eisenstat. I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
and where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So and I'm looking at this, you went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer,
I did.
and then after, I think you went to University of California, Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in 93. You went to the Sackler School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer, and you graduated in 98.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a residency where?
Well, when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon. So I started out in general surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the profession I wanted. Beautiful profession, but not for me. So I transferred into a pathology program. This is all up in New York, out in Long Island. And to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to do what's called anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology. If you've ever had anything taken out of your body, surgery or blood or anything, that goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
And that would have been in 2000, well, that would have been through 2004.
Correct. My forensic pathology training started in 2004 to 2005. And then from 2005 to 2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the city? Who would that have been with?
With the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in New York City.
Okay, and how long did you do that?
Well, the forensic pathology was 1 year. The forensic neuro and cardiac was another year. So that's 2 total.
Okay. At some point, did you leave New York?
Yes, after I completed those forensic subspecialties, I was offered a job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job and moved to Atlanta in July of 2006.
Did the Georgia, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have their own medical examiner?
Yes, so the state of Georgia, there are, Metro Atlanta has its own medical examiner offices. So there's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So 4 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia has their own medical examiner.
Per county or total?
Per county.
Okay.
So 1 for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI, for short, covers the other 155 counties in the state. And when I first started there, there were, I believe, 5 or 6 offices. And then over time, it sort of shrunk down to 3 offices. And I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
So when you initially started with a medical examiner's office in Georgia, who did you start with?
So I was with the GBI as my full-time job.
Right.
But I did do some moonlighting pretty much at at the Fulton County office, the Cobb County office, and the DeKalb County office.
So those 3 counties they comprise the metropolitan area of what city?
Of Atlanta.
Okay. So, and is that a rather large metropolitan area?
Yes, that's why each one of those counties have their own freestanding medical examiner office.
But you did part-time work for all 3?
Yes, and I actually still do now for Fulton County and then hopefully soon one of the other counties.
Okay, so tell me about your work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and how did that differ from what you were doing for these other counties?
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
What did you do? What was your job?
Oh, my job was as one of the workhorse pathologists doing, when I first started, I believe it was about 250 autopsies each year. And then as time went on, the caseloads increased. And so I would say I was doing anywhere between 250 to maybe 350 autopsies per year. I would be testifying in court. We had residents that would rotate. So the hospital pathology residents would rotate in our office. We would lecture. And then that went until 2014 when I was promoted to deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, now, the autopsies you were doing, and would you generate reports for each one of those?
Absolutely.
And were these, you indicated early in your career, you were doing general pathology. That is, if you had a polyp taken out during your colonoscopy, you would be doing those.
Yes, that's a requirement to be able to take the forensic pathology fellowship and boards.
So at this stage in your career, when you're doing autopsies, typically, how did those folks expire?
So those are sudden, unexpected deaths, whether they are just, we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence. No one knows why they died. We would get those cases. But then obviously all of the traumatic and non-natural deaths would be investigated by the medical examiner. So anything from car accidents to gunshot wounds, stab wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort.
Okay. So you did autopsies on people who died of under traumatic circumstances,
Absolutely.
including gunshots.
Yes.
And now you just indicated promoted to deputy chief medical examiner for the GBI. How did that change your duties?
So that added a little bit of administrative duties. Thus, I sort of dropped back a little bit in the number of cases. So I probably at that time, I would be doing about 200 autopsies. That was just for 1 year until 2015. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors, investigators. And then we have a unit at the GBI, which is called the Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And so we would actually do, I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor in it. So I know that sounds a little weird, but the person who did most of the work in that was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, you know, that sort of became under the umbrella of what I would oversee.
Were those child deaths or?
They were living consults and deaths. So district attorneys or CFR, the Child Protective Services from around the state may come and ask, hey, is this an accidental injury? Could the child have fallen off a bike, or is this abuse?
And did you review those cases?
A few of them, but really the vast majority was done by one of the other doctors.
Were you still reviewing death cases?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if somebody did an autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings and the evidence?
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself. And what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning. And so we would discuss them all. It really wasn't, and then in the afternoon, we would revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look, if we're focusing on gunshots, do you think this is a contact, a close range, a distant range? If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss that. That wasn't specifically me, that was all the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that became, the scheduling and the meetings would become my responsibility.
So, and after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down to about 100 autopsies that I personally performed per year.
Right.
But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing. It was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on. But if there was a case that was very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI medical examiner's office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22,
That's correct.
which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
What now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work. I would do that at night and on the weekends, unless I, was in deposition, then I'd take personal leave to go do that. But those were the two main things I was doing.
Did you form a private consulting firm in 2008?
I did. Not in 2008. I started my first consulting case was in 2008. It was a cardiac death in New York, and the ME's office in New York referred the attorney to me. But I don't believe I started my actual, business probably until about 2013 or 14.
Okay, I misread this. So tell us what that is called and what you do.
So that's called Eisenstat forensic pathology. It's nothing fancy. And really what I do is an attorney or a family may call me, ask me to review a case or to perform a private autopsy. And if I have the time, I'll accept that. I'll look over the documents. I may do an autopsy if that's what the family's requested. And then if it's an autopsy, I'll tell the family what my findings were. And, I recently had one where I referred the family I told them to go to their cardiologist and get tested because I believe the person had a genetic disease that could be transmitted to their offspring. If it's just a record review, I'll review the records and I will tell the attorney what my opinions are. If my opinions support what they are hoping, then I may hear back from them. If my opinions don't, I probably don't ever hear back from them.
So did you have permission from the GBI to do that?
I did. While I was at the GBI, every single consult case that I did, I got written approval by my superior, who was the deputy director of the agency.
Now, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, especially in gunshot wounds, in any state or federal courts?
Yes. So throughout the state of Georgia, obviously, as far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify in as forensic pathologist?
Oh,
Just,
probably in the area of 20, 25.
okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot wounds specifically.
Yes, sir.
And have you done autopsies on people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any idea on how many occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure myself, I've probably done 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and then been involved in many more.
Okay. Tell me what the National Association of Medical Examiners is.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers. We have annual meetings. There's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathologists.
And do you enjoy any position with NAME?
I do.
What position or positions?
So I'm currently on the board of directors, and I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay. Now, you're licensed in the state of Georgia and New York?
Not New York anymore. When I left New York, I let my license lapse because I had a feeling I wasn't going back for quite a while. So currently I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified
Yes, sir.
in forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a number of different articles and books, and you teach at what schools?
So I was teaching at Augusta University, and that's the medical school that the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program that I started at GBI, they were the sponsoring agency. but I've lectured at St. Louis University at their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had residents and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstat qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Okay, let me talk to you. Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your when I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate and testify?
Yes, I'm being compensated for my work.
And how much are you being paid?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000. And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial, which will probably be a number of thousands of dollars. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, you compensated by the hour or by the task or what?
No, by the hour. So when I review documents, I charge $600 an hour. And then for testimony, I charge per day, so 24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So, and is that unusual for doctors who testify, consult and testify, or is that the normal practice?
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but you know, if there's some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week. I was going to say earlier this week. The weeks are beginning to mush together.
Objection, comments?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm an old guy. I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
So sometime, I believe last week, we heard from the coroner of Colleton County. Did you watch that testimony or hear that testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroners.
Okay, tell the jury, please, if a medical examiner or coroner comes on the scene of a suspected homicide, how would one, as a physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there. But there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught the investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the area, start your investigation. Come back and look at the thermometer. That will be your ambient temperature.
Ambient temperature means what?
The temperature of the air in that area.
Okay.
And obviously you want to put it near where the body is. And then you take the thermometer and you do a rectal temperature. You put it in the rectum, but you leave it there and you start doing more of your scene investigation. Then you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what we can get for a core body temperature. And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would you want a core temperature and an ambient temperature? What do you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body will equilibrate.
Well, what?
Will sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour. I will say it's not an exact science because obviously if, right now I'm sure my body temperature is a little higher because I'm on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
And if you were to die right now, it would not be appropriate. I'm not saying you should die right now, but so your temperature's up a little bit. does that mean that you would start at in your calculations at a higher temperature? What would you do?
Right, so that's the problem, is that, let's say I'm 99.5 right now, so that's 1 degree higher. That already moved, we're starting to move that time frame out to it could have an hour faultiness to what you're going to do. So it's 100 degrees outside. My core body temperature is 99 degrees, so we have 1 degree difference. So you may say it's been about an hour, but unfortunately, television shows have made it seem like you can say it happened at this time. But in all honesty, you can't. But by far the best methodology is to do a core body temperature.
And an ambient temperature.
And an ambient temperature, yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have, you're sticking it in an armpit, which is exposed to the ambient temperature. So that it's just not a valid method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess.
It's a guess, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we're going to be dealing with some sealed material. Is everybody, is that TV off over there? What now? This? Right, so I'm just trying to make sure. Okay. I want to make sure this girl can see. Okay. So at our request, we're Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers, did you examine materials in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined these two documents. Just the autopsy. Oh, I'm sorry. Autopsy report. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness defendants exhibit 177 and 178.
So 178, yes.
And tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. And you examined this.
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead. What's the next one?
So 177 I did examine, and this is the MUSC file for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming into evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports. These are reports by Dr. Reamer. These are not reports generated by Dr. Eisenstat. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports, but we would object to the reports themselves coming in as evidence.
Says the defense.
Your Honor, these are business records that are kept in the ordinary course of business according to Dr. Reamer. There's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object. I mean, these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. These documents, certainly under the business records exception, they would be admissible. I don't quite understand why the state would not want this jury to be able to see. I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I can't rule without seeing what they are. They are admitted over objection.
Now going back, I'm primarily interested in her determinations and some sketches she did that are in that, okay? So you examined her, her report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could I have the Elmo, please? Can I have the report? Let's talk about Maggie to begin with, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo. Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put this on the Elmo. And could I have the easel? What? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches. Maggie. Could I have the female? What page is that? I have no idea. What do you see on your screen?
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
So let's, you know, if you could put it in that doorway up there.
Sure.
Allow the jury to see a bit better. Push it back. There you go. So let's put this on it. Okay, so by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look at the sketch in front of you and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever is more convenient for you.
There's a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not.
We had a pointer. We still have a pointer. We still have a pointer, but that's okay. We'll do that. Okay, so what I want you to do is step down here, please. And I'd like you to stand so that those jurors over there can see. So you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through the wounds on Maggie, please.
So I think the easiest would be to go from bottom up.
Okay.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds. They're all caused by a rifle. We have an entrance wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has on the diagram little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to 1 to 3 feet, the end of the barrel to the actual skin where the bullet goes through.
Okay.
And I agree with what's Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left thigh. Now we flip the body over and we have the, on the diagram, so this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality, that it's an intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to the torso. So we have another entrance rifle wound on the upper right torso. It's, as per, I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe that was it.
Okay, but you're relying on her photos.
Yes, the most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we now have, we've talked about 1 gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. On the, oh, I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was
Okay.
part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes.
And entrance on which side?
On the back of the left wrist.
Okay, next.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct. and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here, goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brainstem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay.
And then you can see an X-ray fragment or a few little fragments in the head. And so rifle fragment called a lead snowstorm. It sort of on X-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little white pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through down into the back and continue down into the right chest. So this is, now remember, we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards. And there are some up arrows here on the injuries to the upper back. I don't know why, because in her report, they go down. So that's all part of gunshot or rifle wound E. That's actually the lethal rifle wound, immediately. And now I'll focus on A, C, and then the abrasion or the graze wound of the abdomen. And this is where I differ in opinion of directionality.
So you agree with her on everything except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin, and we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds. And what you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
Tell me what a skin tag is.
sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you let that go, between those two tears is a triangular piece of tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy. So that's why we get the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast, and then it grazes the upper left chest. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it. If a person is leaning forward and you've got one going down this way, you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction. So there's the scientific aspect by looking at the actual outline or the actual look of the wound. And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other going in the same direction.
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of those one that goes down this way to the, and severs the brainstem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast. I mean, unless somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes, so I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing in an elevated position, or someone is lying down on their stomach, and then you have a sniper who's on the ground going this way, really, and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain. I agree with Dr. Reamer on that. And she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. I have a gunshot coming like this. Now I look at it, the body lying flat on the table, you can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible here is that she's leaning forward, most likely probably in pain from the abdominal wound.
And the second shot?
Same thing.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos, you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks very, very similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. The bullet comes down, goes through the breast and out.
So that shot blew her earlobe off, or blew?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's walk through the photos, and if you'll stay right where you are, and then I'm going to maybe have you draw something up there. I haven't quite decided yet. Could I have Defendant's Exhibit 169, please? And I remind everyone we should be covered for this. Nope. I'm sorry, 159, not your fault. Right, and again, I apologize for the graphic nature, but this is what you do every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us what this depicts.
So this depicts Maggie's body on the autopsy table. And when we're doing our measurements on a body, that's how we're looking at the body, lying on her back or on the person's back on the autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the left chin. And here's her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about.
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what? I mean, what was it was going up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going upwards.
It would have entered the breast and then gone up?
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. And the other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Could we go to, Defendant's Exhibit 160. What does this depict?
So this is the left side of her jaw, and it's pulled forward, but you can see up here, I'll use my finger. You see the skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration is coming down here, And if I were to flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that is like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please? Right around the, right below the ear. Yeah, right in there. That's perfect. Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay, well, there's, if we were to, you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape, and if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the skin tag is pointing upwards in the directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay, so could we go to Doctor, this one?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Defendant's Exhibit 161. Okay, tell me, is that the area you want? Does that help?
Yes, but I think before we blow it up, I think what's important is for orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
Okay.
And now if we need to blow that up, you can see the skin tags are pointing up. The lacerations, the splitting in the skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay. And could we see State's Exhibit 498? Tell me what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word. I'm sorry.
Beautiful is not.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of the lacerations coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag, skin tag, skin tag, all pointing up where the bullet's coming from. The lacerations are pointing down, which is the direction the bullet's going in.
Now, did you and Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on this?
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right. So any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a better idea of what it looks like, you also want to look for if there's any gunshot residue. You shave that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please? And what is this an X-ray of?
So this is an X-ray of her head and neck, and it might be hard to see, but we have right here in the center, we have a fragment of possibly jacketing but a fragment of a projectile right here in the midline with a few smaller pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed. All of the projectiles, and then we'll continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm, which is consistent with it going back in to the back and down to the chest.
Okay, and could you go to 169, please?
So you can see here how it continues down into the right chest, and it sort of looks like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take the stand, please. So your job is to look at the photos and determine whether or not the original pathologist was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullets holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4
Yes, sir.
and disagree with her on 1?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment. And let's look at, we'll go to Paul's autopsy report, and we'll go to his sketch. Let me get this material away. Okay, let me put this, jumble things up. So let's have you step down again with your pointer, please. It's right here. Your Honor, making you approach. Thank you. So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start at, I guess, at the bottom and go up.
Sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul. One is on the chest and one is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
Sure. So the chest wound is also an intermediate range, so 1 to 3 feet. Shotgun wound that goes across the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity. It leaves near the armpit, and then the pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay. So the
Correct.
and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute. Okay?
Sure. So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited the top of the head. To me, this is a contact range shotgun wound to the top of the head that caused extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures, and that the pellets, so the shotgun wound and the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow. And then the head would have been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder. And then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the left shoulder.
So you believe the wound that resulted in his head exploding was where? Where would the shotgun have been?
It went to the top of his head. Oh no, it would have been pressed against the head.
So it'd be a contact wound to the back of the head.
Correct.
And that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute, but if it was in the back of the head, tell me how we have a hole here and then a wound here. How does that work?
Well, you're shooting, it's different than shooting into a space where it can expand. It's not up against a firm surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The pressure will still go in if it's a contact to the abdomen, but the abdomen can stretch, the pressure and the gas can disperse because it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back. The skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go. So it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was.
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So unfortunately, the top of the head wasn't shaved, so I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head. And from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a bit. If you take the witness stand again, please. Defense Exhibit 116. Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up a little bit. This is in evidence. Where did this exhibit come from? Is there a book?
Yes, this is from the main textbook on gunshot wounds by Vincent DeMeo.
And it has been described as the Bible gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. And that's, I think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this sketch or these pictures are from that book.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
What's coming out are actually flames and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because the gunpowder is ignited. So you have a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
Would they have seen some evidence of that gas and flame coming out?
I would say most likely, yes. You don't always see it. But yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down, B, what is that showing us?
So now what we're seeing is at the front, you can see all the pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So, you know, the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it, you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when, that first image, you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the shot.
Okay, and what's the next C? What does that depict?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out, a little bit later after the weapon's been fired. We still see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical form, and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here is because it's going to go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and gas is coming.
And the last B?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. and we see this big cloud of gas. So the pressure is dispersing outwards into the atmosphere.
And if we had another shot, 3 feet down or 4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that are, the pellets would be opening up. So they wouldn't still be in that cylinder. If we're talking 3, 4 feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes,
Okay, and so you'd see a pattern of shot,
correct,
individual pellets.
correct.
Okay, so let's follow this back. If, let's go with her scenario first.
Okay,
And the testimony, I think, has been 3 feet. The muzzle of the shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe put one of these in. Let's see which one of these is what we want. Okay, let me have States Exhibit 478, please. Now, the wound in the center of his chest, you and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
right. So directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course, his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it's to the left side of chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here, it goes flat. He's missing the top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 feet or further shotgun wound coming in on the left side.
And the wound on his shoulder, let's look at that real quick. Shoulder, please. That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets that are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Okay, step down here, please.
Yes, sir. May I?
Your Honor, may you step down? Thank you. You stand over there with the pointer. Show the jury, please, the individual pellets.
Oh, well, this is probably the easiest one to see. Round and silver. I'm going to have to come around for a moment. I'm sorry. There's one here. There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's go ahead and put the x-ray up while we're talking about this, which would be which one of these you want to start on?
We can do this one
Okay.
since we're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. Any objection? Your Honor, I would offer into evidence defense exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. Tell us what exhibit you got. Do you have that? 112? You know, the shocking, Your Honor, we have some technical issues here. This is, I don't know what happened to big poster boards. I just. Got it? No? Yes. No, this is 112. I mean, it's going to take some time. Let's just put it on the Elmo and go from there. We're interested in this area. And I'm going to have one more. Okay, tell the jury, please, what we're looking at here.
Sure. So any case that comes to a medical examiner's office that has any type of penetrating injury, the medical examiner will do x-rays to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons. But what we're looking at here is, this is the spine, these are the ribs. So we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wounds. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to
Right.
the brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo. I can. You got it. Okay, good. Okay, this should be up on the screen now. Can you, we're talking about the lower right hand, I mean, our
The left side of the body.
left side of the
The
body.
R stands for right, so the x-ray is being taken like this, right side, and this is the left side.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower or right corner, please? There you go. Now, what does this depict?
So this is showing here on the left side of the jaw, and we see all of these pellets that are here. So the jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So, and you believe the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And,
But this x-ray has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
okay,
And I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures. of the skull. The skull should, actually, I think it was better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right? There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head. And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head, not down here.
And, okay, so in your opinion, if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said, you would not have the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down, correct? And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you get the gas going in and the pellets continuing on?
Well, the pellets are projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, you know, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like a skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through?
Oh, the pellets will continue through. There may be, the brain is not here, right? And so there's probably pellets within the brain, but we don't have an x-ray of them.
They didn't x-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity, or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact, number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the person holding the gun to the skull, does any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes. Once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way?
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material?
Yes, they would.
In a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures. That's this photo, right?
That's that one.
Yeah, okay. Would you put Defense Exhibit 113, please? It's just accurate. I believe this is an evidence. Okay. Tell us what that depicts.
So now moved over to the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder, and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of dispersed, coming down. This is your shoulder blade, your scapula. And so it's even down to the level of the collarbone here and the shoulder blade.
Is that consistent with a shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
Okay. Now, let me see. State's Exhibit 487. I'm sorry. Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been in the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound? A contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So when this goes, well, back up for just a second. The first shot, I believe you agree to the chest that your Dr. Reamer is correct.
I do.
This shot, which would be on the top right back, can you tell, or would you have an opinion as to his posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this. He's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that, I mean.
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this because we have the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here. And the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
And why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking about before the shot.
Right. And so and we know that he fell forward. He has abrasions to his face. So that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
When you say the belly shot?
I'm sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain, and then came this shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over and then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things.
Should I go back up?
Yes, please. Well, yeah, go back up. Can I have Defendant's Exhibit 189, please? Okay, tell us what this is, please.
So this is, I'm sorry.
Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it from the same book as the gunshot, the shotgun?
Yes, it's from the DeMayo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Okay. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state objects, this is hearsay, this is a book by, page from a book by somebody else, not the witness who's testifying.
Your Honor, she has not objected to two other, her witness and this witness relating to the same book, different page. It's a learned treatise, and it's the Bible of gunshot wounds for, I mean, both Dr. Reamer and this witness have testified. It's something they all rely on. I can have them sketch it out, or we could just put this in.
Says the state.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, that was quite interesting. And look at Crichton Waters all stretching up, all ready to go. I was wondering, because I heard Savanna, if she was going to be the one. I'm wondering now, after the testimony, who it should be. I'm also wondering if Dr. Reimer's coming back as rebuttal. I see what you guys are typing in the chat, and I kind of agree. Although the testimony is just meant to go against for an alternate theory of the crime. Because remember, the defense doesn't want it to be the way the state said. Hi, Granny.
So, Doctor, this
No.
page
I
189, what
wasn't
is it?
expecting back this fast.
So this is a
I know, neither was
photocopy
I,
from a
but
page of the gunshot wound book
Mhm.
that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, the number 18, learned treatises, to the extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on the subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, established as a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice, if admitted, may be read into evidence.
Doesn't he have a problem here, Godless Granny, since the man never saw the actual wound?
So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit. And I'll
Not necessarily.
He can actually put pictures in
Okay,
of
we'll take,
textbook
15
because the man
minutes.
never saw a picture of the actual wound. It seems
Oh, he
so
never saw
odd.
even a picture of it?
He wants to enter a textbook picture of what these wounds would look like, but the man on the stand never actually saw the actual wound. So he wants to enter textbook
Yeah.
about gunshot wounds
Right.
instead. Yeah,
Right.
kind of weird. Yeah.
It depends on what he wants them for.
hmm
You know, if he wants them to show this is what a gunshot wound would look like if this happened, and this is what a gunshot wound would look if that happened, to show that the prosecution's theory of how the gunshot wounds happened, then yes, absolutely.
hmm
I would have to know more about what his
Yeah.
purpose is.
I mean, basically, well, his general purpose right now is they're going against Dr. Reimer's testimony, the
Right.
pathologist, and so he's got another one from another state coming in who never saw the body. That's only going over what we found, limited portions of Dr. Reimer's stuff. She doesn't have everything. Again, I mean, that's what I'm finding fascinating about this is that the state is actually able to show that the expert witness are only looking at limited portions of the evidence instead of the whole picture. They discredited the last two with the same. So I'm surprised he's doing it this way. It might be why he's trying to get all this extra stuff in. He did successfully get in Dr. Reimer's notes, which were not in evidence prior because she had provided a final report. So they entered that into evidence, but Dick Harpootlian was able to get those in after showing them to the judge, although they were objected to, because they were the basis of this man's opinion, the notes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But it's interesting because it really is just the angles of the shots. You know, he's got a bigger issue with Paul's wounds, and I do believe it's all to just, as many are saying, just to try to promote that it could possibly have been two shooters, although they have no other evidence of a second shooter. They're just going to hope that if the wound looks like it could have come from a different angle, that would mean there had to be another man with another gun somewhere, or another person with another gun.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Yeah. I can't wait. Like, we've already heard that they've decreased one of their witnesses. Like, they went from 4 to 3, and the state has actually increased their rebuttal witnesses from like 2 on Friday to perhaps 4 or 5, or as Harpootlian said, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, he was very exaggerating about it. You know.
Well, that doesn't surprise me because you can't know what rebuttal witnesses you're going to call until you hear the full testimony of the state's witnesses.
I like this definition by Aaron here. Yes, that's usually what these witnesses are, is obfuscation, throwing shade but giving no light to the truth. Exactly. They're going to actually try to put alternate
Theories.
opinion and theory on whatever the prior expert had said, and yet at this point they're really not actually offering a theory. They're only challenging what they said, and yet I've yet to hear Dick Harpootlian's actually theory, because he's thrown a few things out there. He said murder suicide, which he almost got laughed out of the courtroom with that one, because like how did the guns just get up and walk away by themselves?
Right.
Like, you know, and no defensive wounds or anything like that. Yeah.
You could argue that Alex got rid of the guns because he didn't want the stigma of the murder-suicide on him. But if you're going to go with that theory, they should have given that theory so that the prosecution could have crossed Alex on that theory.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. And also, wouldn't in his moment of truth, his big testimony, his truth testimony about everything he lied about, wouldn't he say that?
Well, he should have said that he got rid of the guns if that's going to be their defense. But
that would have been good.
One thing I would want to know is, I didn't hear all of his testimony. I only heard about a third of it. Did they ever ask him if he got rid of the guns?
They did ask him if he had access to guns, and there was talk back and forth about how the guns were often kept at the back of the golf cart, and he did admit to driving the golf cart down to the kennels. So that was a kind of gotcha.
Did they ask him after he discovered the bodies? Did he find guns and move the guns?
No, he just admitted to having the rifle that he brought from the house. That was the only gun conversation that I heard. Because he was saying he didn't do it. Like, no, at the point of the first 2 SLED interviews, they were just treating him like a discovering witness, even though he was the father and the husband, who normally is like the first one you'd look at if it's a wife. But because of the gruesomeness of the crime, they didn't necessarily put him down as possible murderer. So everything was like geared towards witness. So it was, did you touch the body? They may have answered, but I don't recall. He would have denied, because it would be everywhere in every article if he had said anything about the guns. You know what I mean? Like, if they did ask him, I'm sure he did not say anything like about it.
Aaron Reese is right. This could have been intended to be a murder suicide, and Alex chickened out. But if that's the case, then there's no question that Alex is guilty of murder.
And you know what? And I absolutely would go along with that, especially if premeditated actually gets proved more to me, than like just some chaotic scene that just went wrong, which is
Mhm.
still what I'm kind of leaning towards. If he actually premeditated it, I would go with that. And there's one piece of evidence that cannot be admitted into trial that would prove it to me, and that is his actions on side of the road, to where he actually paid somebody to kill him who couldn't do it. He then took the gun from that person and attempted to do it himself and still mucked it up by just hitting the side of his head. He did not have the fortitude to kill himself. So I do believe chickening out was definitely, this is not somebody with a lot of fortitude there. He is crafty, cunning, and manipulative, but he still is a coward at heart. In my opinion, sorry, Alex, don't mean to judge you so harshly, but that's what I see. That's what I see on the stand. Yeah.
I expect the prosecution final argument to harp strongly on, Alex has lied to everyone who was near and dear to him. He has lied and betrayed everyone who's near and dear to him. Paul and Maggie, him not being able to kill them because he was near and dear to them. He lied to and betrayed everyone else. It was just finally their turn.
Exactly. And I think Crichton Waters did a good job of proving that to the jury, that he could have been lying to them too. That's why it took so long. He wanted them to see the lawyer. I thought at the end, and if you do get to go back and look at Alex's testimony, towards the end, you actually get to see the lawyer on the stand, Godless Granny, the ruthless lawyer, trying to twist everything Crichton was saying, trying to insert and change stories, like when he touched the body, even though the 911 call has evidence of them talking about him saying he touched the body right away. Now all of a sudden he didn't remember it quite so much. It must have been after he called 911, because he heard the testimony that there wasn't enough time for him to actually touch the body the way he said. So now the story has changed to fit the evidence. And Crichton Waters was successful in having him like pointing that out several times. One key thing that everybody, a few people made note of, it wasn't as big as I thought it would be, but for me it was big, that Crichton Waters at the end got him to admit those dogs weren't upset. There was nobody they didn't know there, because but Murdaugh said himself, of course they weren't barking. No, but there was nobody to bark at. Nobody there they didn't know.
Mark Caesar, I don't think you're a weakling either, and I am glad you have not successfully killed yourself. We love you, and we are glad that you are here.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it like that, Mark. I mean, of course, I'm saying he just couldn't, and as most of us could. But I think he's a coward for not admitting his testimony as regards to what he talked to, how he talked to the victims of the crimes that he committed, and that he's, in my opinion, the reason I'm using the word coward is that if he actually is guilty of this, that he would put everybody through this and not just like admit it and come forward with it and just go and say what it was. Because if he's going to say that he's not the one that did it, then he knows who did, because it's unfortunate. Everything points to the fact that he was there. So if he doesn't know, if he's not the one who did it, he knows exactly who did, or he knows what happened, and he's hiding evidence. You know what I mean?
The one possibility that I have considered in which he would be not guilty would be Buster did it, and he's covering for Buster. Now, I don't think that happened. There's no evidence of that, but that is the only possibility I can see for why he would know who did it and not admit that he knows who did it.
Exactly. Yes. No, I just, can you imagine if Buster did have anything to do with it, to sit in that courtroom every day the way he's been? Like that would be actually something. But that's the kind of stuff you're like waiting. There's so much hype and so much drama involved with this case. You're almost waiting for that other shoe to drop, like to have the big finale at the end where it all gets figured out. And unfortunately, in the real world, we're probably not going to know. We're not going to ever know like what really actually happened.
No, we won't. You never do.
Mhm.
Which is why I'm so anti-death penalty.
Mhm.
because we never know exactly unless you have it on video. And even if you have it on video, camera angles can cause issues. I've got a really great picture that I absolutely love of my daughter playing soccer, and her left arm is up and her hand is in a fist. And there's another player coming up behind her to try to steal the ball. And from the camera angle, it looks like she's punching the other girl in the face. And she wasn't. The other girl was like 2 feet away. And if you could see a different camera angle, you'd know that. And that's why I don't believe in the death penalty. Even if we had video of it, you can't be absolutely sure.
Mhm. I get that.
But yeah, I
Mhm.
love that photo. It sure looks like
Yeah.
this girl's trying to steal the ball and Susan's punching her in the face.
Oh no! Oh gosh! It's like, boy, and it's like, well, it's. What do you think about them going to the murder scene? They're going to Moselle now.
Oh, they are.
Almost 2 years. 2 years.
Mhm.
After more
No,
than
I think that
2.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Oh, the
Um,
only thing is there's a grove of small trees that have grown between the property and the kennels, so there's no clear eyesight. There's no clear path anymore. Like you
okay.
don't get to see it the way it was.
Yeah,
I
but you
think,
can
yeah.
explain that.
I'm hoping that Waters and them can do that, but they don't get to go. Like the jury's going to go, the judge was going to let them see it. All the property, it's all been cleaned up and everything like that. But they'll at least
Mhm.
know what they're talking about as far as kennels and things and
Right,
placement, how far the house was from the kennels.
right.
You know.
So when are they doing that?
I don't know the exact date, but the judge said that he's not gonna. Uh, Harpootlian wanted to ask the jury wanted it. Actually, the judge says we don't ask the jury those kind of things, which is the same thing that Waters said. We don't ask them. If are you requesting the jury visit the site, then we'll go. But if not, we won't. And he said he requested that they go see. He thought it would be good for them to go see, and he
Yeah.
wants like extra security and stuff like that. Harpootlian, he can't just leave the request there. He's got to tell the judge how to do it and everything.
Mhm.
That's like. Which was quite interesting.
Mhm.
But he did refer to that over the weekend. There were so many people there taking pictures and trips and around and stuff like that.
Mm.
That he wanted extra security and things
Yeah,
like
that
that.
makes
Yeah.
sense.
Mhm. So Tony is saying, let's see. The guy accused of the roadside shooting also thinks that Alex Murdaugh was setting him up and was going to shoot him and then make out that he killed Maggie and Paul, and then he tried to kill. Yes, that is one of the stories he tells, and we're
Mm.
talking about Curtis Smith, and this is why they tried so hard to keep him off the stand. But because that story changed 6 times, Tony, is probably why Crichton Waters found another way to put the testimony forward. He definitely has changed his stories many times, so we're not sure what, but that's plausible there.
Not
That
a
could have been,
not
yeah.
a credible witness.
Yeah, not credible at all. No. 6 different absolute affidavits, too. He goes so far as to let them get entered into court. I mean, change your story all you want, but just give the court one version, okay? Settle on one. you know, all
To
these
answer
yeah.
to
Go
answer
ahead.
Mark Caesar, how common would it be for a jury to visit the murder scene? It's not common, but it's not uncommon. It depends entirely on how much the scene is part of the evidence. And
Mhm,
because the setup of this house and the distance to the kennels and all of that is a factor in the case, visiting the scene is definitely helpful to the jury. And so the answer is pretty much any time that they find that it would be helpful to the jury to see it, and
mhm.
one side or the other requests it.
And also, all they had to, like, I kind of agree. Like Liz Smith reminds us, well, Eddie Smith is 6 foot, not 5'2", so that would have blown the ninja 5 foot theory out for the defense if they asked how tall he was, the second shooter. Yeah. So, and also like Paul, even if it's Buster or anyone in the family, they're not that short either. Like so, it's interesting the way they're pushing back. I'm just like it also shows that I've seen too much outside of the trial because
Mhm.
I have to admit at this point I'm quite jaded godless granny, that even while I'm listening to the pushback, it's not as with this open mind as I normally would have. I think all of the testimony that came forward, even with the financials and everything, it's just really overwhelmed me. Like,
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't see how anyone can be so callous as this guy. And I think that's one of the things that has come out in this trial
Mhm.
is just what a callous person this is.
Yeah.
And, they keep trying to make him out to be a family man and, oh, he loved these people.
Mhm.
And no, he didn't. He didn't love anybody except himself.
Well, public relations was pushing that. They were trying to say that jury members were crying during his testimony when he was sobbing about his son and his wife. And
Mhm.
it was quite moving. I found myself, trying to say that was a troubled person. Whether he did it or not, the loss of his family, whether he's involved or not, is actually really hitting him.
Mhm.
Whether it's guilt, I couldn't tell you. Whether it's regret, I couldn't tell you. Whether it's actually the absence of them, but I thought that some of that was genuine. I really did. Either that or he gets an Oscar. But they were saying that the actual jury was crying. And it was actually court TV, I think, or Law and Crime. One of the big ones was actually out there saying it, and it turned out not to be true. Absolutely not to be true.
Interesting.
So
I
I'm
was going to say,
wondering
you
if it,
can't show
yeah.
the jury. That is
Mhm.
absolutely illegal.
Nope, they couldn't
But
show
you,
them. So
but if
yeah,
you are there, you
Mhm.
can comment on what you saw.
Right. Well, looks like he's back. We'll have a moment if the jury's not back, if he dismissed them, because he's going to call them back first. He looks serious. Something going on.
They bring the jury.
Oh, okay, so we have a minute while they do that. Well, so I didn't mean to interrupt you if you want to finish that.
Oh, no, I was done. I'm going to go finish potting my
Mm-hmm.
cherry tomatoes while I listen.
Oh, good. Well, you're welcome anytime. Come up for any break you
I'll
like.
come back at lunchtime.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I look forward to seeing you then. Okay. Good luck with those tomatoes.
Thanks.
That reminds me, everyone, it is tomato season if you're here on the East Coast or in your southern. In Zone 6, we have to wait another, I think, 3 or 4 weeks. But if you're a little warmer where Granny is, like, get that stuff potted, you know. It really, the behavioral channels get a lot of like grief, and I understand, Bearded. I really do. The one that I put out there is like 4 different guys, and I always put it out with the disclaimer: I'm really not behind the science or what it actually means. It's for entertainment. Mhm. What is going on is we've had a brief break. We're still with the expert witness in the forensic pathologist.
All right, thank you, and may proceed. The last exhibit has been withdrawn.
They mean the gunshot picture from the
So,
textbook.
let me have you do something. We attempted a moment ago to use a page out of a book. And I think we're going to have you sketch this out. So here's here we go. How about step down, please, with permission of the court? How about stand on that side there? And do you remember what that page looked in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, if you can't put that in, to replicate that for the jury and tell them what it means.
Sure.
Okay, do you want to take them one at a time?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great, thank you.
So talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not a great artist, but Let's just say that's a perfect circle. That means at the end of the barrel, right, nice circle, is pressed up against the skin. Now this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. If you have it up where it's going up against something firm, then you would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup of pressure. So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it, contact range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range. Now, from the first picture that we looked at, all those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further. We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet or so. And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the individual pellets that have now moved out. And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further. And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so so as the muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets as in a contact wound, but the further away the pellets begin to expand, and the further away you get more of an individualized pellet pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to open up.
Okay, if you put up, is Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence? Okay, let me show it. You need to write on this book. While she's doing that, let me push this out of the way. Stirrers are going to be blocked. Is everything off over there? Please. What? Offer this into evidence, Your Honor. Without objection, and ask it be sealed.
It says the state. Submit it without objection.
Put it up on the screen, please. Okay, now, here we see, and if there's measurements here, a rather large wound on his shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that. It's also that we have no surrounding individual pellets, pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto the left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here and they have to go through another bone. So they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder. So,
and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, if you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern.
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand. but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
So you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound. But yes, with, again, the totality of everything, this is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The only way I could see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because again, you're having one, the shot shell,
Take it down. I'm
you know,
sorry.
it's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just going to form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And are actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain.
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head.
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks. I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, or were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Can you come over here so I can? No. Your Honor, I intend on showing this witness, Defendant's Exhibit 169, 168, 161, 160, and 159 to determine whether or not he relied on these to come to the conclusions he's come to. I don't think there's any need to publish them to the jury at this point. And I believe the state consents to their admission.
No, objection.
If I might proceed. Would you look at these photos, please?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Are those photographs, autopsy photographs or x-rays that you relied on in reaching the opinions you've expressed to this jury today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, would offer these into evidence?
They're admitted.
For the record, we're offering Defendant's Exhibit 160, 161, 168, 169, and 159 and 160. I think I already said 160. Give those to you. And again, all under seal, please. So just a couple more questions. 162 is already in evidence, right? Okay. So let me hand that back to you. So the opinions you've given here today, you've given to a degree of medical certainty more probably than not.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you're not an expert on the vectors of this shot, either one of any of these shots, except you talked about ability on Maggie on the two shots that go down, right?
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So I'm an expert on the directionality within the body that projectiles go, entrance, and the direction within the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm.
Into the left side, yes, sir.
Left side. And we found a number of x-rays showing the pellets. We've seen forensic evidence that you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
And let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Okay, and you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. So you've indicated and testified that would be the blood, brains, pieces of skull, other material would blow out the direction of the hole, and the muzzle of the gun would have been pressed against the skull, correct?
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be pressed against the skin firm enough that there'd be pressure onto the skull. And then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun.
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Goude has.
Hi, Dr. Eisenstat.
Good morning.
Now, when you first started your testimony, you talked a little bit about time of death.
Yes,
Is it the pathologist's job to determine the time of death?
depends on the jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene and does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given to, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I definitely in Georgia, it's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am,
and she performed an independent autopsy.
she did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct. And
you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently. So I have no idea how it's done here, but I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony. So I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
Eventually, yes.
Right. So if Paul was shot in the back of the head and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, I mean, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches. So we have about 6 inches. We have maybe a foot, right? From here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
And wasn't the top of the particle missing?
Yes, it was.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal. Okay, I don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that brain look macerated or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head. And there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
That's my understanding.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43. You see that is the door to the feed room?
I do.
And tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
And did you see any crime scene photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right, there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. In all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down.
Excused, thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Timothy Palmbach, Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, would you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there, I spent a good deal of my time in the lab. I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time, I was head of the whole Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students, and I managed that program as well as teaching. In addition to that, I was doing some degree of consultation, expert consultation, but not much, just because of the volume of work that I had. In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so now I just teach part-time, assist with a couple of the grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who is Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers, and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, sir.
To that, are you holding any certifications in your field of specialty?
So certifications, I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's kind of the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner, good faith, in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and eventually, if you meet the criteria, you could be a fellow. So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination, as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that
I am.
association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is exactly that. So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership in that organization.
What seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
It is spatter, correct.
All right.
Well, the basic course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There's a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. Once we understand that, that's much what the training is in a lab, an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties. And we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
I believe you also have a law degree.
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
That's a good question. I haven't practiced law. It was back in at the time, right, early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I went to emeritus status, gave that position up and got a little bit of time back. But I had been for 19 years prior to that.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
Oof. All right. Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure. I think I got it.
And what are your areas of expertise that for which you've been qualified and that you wish to be qualified in this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are blood stain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, would State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case, yeah.
All right. Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Mr. Palmbach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Palmbach, were you hired by on behalf of the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
And what were you hired to do?
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating, just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee as I complete here. Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right. What have you reviewed in this case? What materials have you been provided?
Again, lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy photographs, autopsy records, data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by investigating personnel, and reports that were related to those diagrams.
Now, when you've upon your initial review of the autopsy reports, did you make any suggestions to us?
Oh, yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted and I began to just review it. And that's what I usually do, is read through it and see, get a sense of what makes sense. One of the areas I was very concerned with right away was looking at the shotgun wound to Paul. And based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpootlian and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstat testified?
I was.
But before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstat before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstat before?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Eisenstat at any point in time before you arrived here in South Carolina for this case?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did.
And when was that?
Friday.
Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure. I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grice reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. However, I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. You know, options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel. But in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those 2 shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the 2 casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away. And I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself? Were there any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at a door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or turning, trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
Sure.
That'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot in the Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9, about 38 caliber pellets.
And I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way. We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little 22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer, it's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized. And that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high energy source weapon, which would understandably be a shotgun or a high powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but we were sitting here in the courtroom and Dr. Eisenstat, explained the
Sure.
mechanism of the head to the shot.
I heard that, yep.
Shot to the head, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that, do you agree or disagree
Yeah,
with
no,
his assessment?
completely agree.
Now, we'll get to this shortly, but there's on the door, as it swung open, at the top, there's hair, it looks like paws, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head. The gaseous material begins to build. And again, this is, again, milliseconds is right, very, very quickly. It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area of escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door? And it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did
Yeah.
you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken at that time. It was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a #2 steel shot pellet. And it is also, it was elongated, so you could see that it was coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets. Again, the right diameter actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. Going back and looking at the photographs, I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
So, Mr. Palmbach, how is it that a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the header of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it a chafe charge, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole in the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
And we'll get to photos, but there appears to be the wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain. It was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of is breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as the pellets will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter. It could have gone up into the door. Could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor where we find it.
And I want to talk about the shooter. How close would the shooter have been in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head. We don't know what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch barrel length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
So we see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this, in your reconstruction of a contact shot to the back of the head? What's happening to the shooter at that point?
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material, blood, skin, hair, bone fragments, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
And what would be the force of that hitting the shooter?
Substantial. And the reason we know that is one, we've seen what's happened to the skull, how badly damaged it was. And secondarily, we have two of the pellets. One is actually denting this metal door and another one is embedding in the wood above it. That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue and all the hair and all the broken skull places and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, of whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And when and how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot on the upper body and head.
I mean, if the shooter has thick hair, something a lot different than what I have, would you expect it to be matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly. I mean, you're gonna be covered on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more it will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right? And is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this, it's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there. And there's blood and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally blow volumes of that. And that's what we're seeing throughout the room. That's why you're seeing it, on shelves and on the door trims and on this wall and on this wall over here. With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there that absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
And again, we're going to get to some photos and walk through that a little bit more. But I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr. Kinsey's, I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that was the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer. And he began to conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence. We'll talk about gunpowder residence. We'll look at where blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see, this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence. And please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's, can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now, Can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see, you know, damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even, from this photograph, visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. You know, in order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance travel.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellets as it exits under his armpit.
Sure. And then you actually can see the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is, you know, 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay. Okay. Show you 191. Go ahead and get these in. What's that? I think they're in, but we just want. Okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. Palmbach finished exhibit 190, 191, and ask if you relied upon these in your analysis.
I did.
Your Honor, we move exhibits 190, 191 in evidence under seal at this time, I believe without objection.
They're admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what this photo depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. Yeah, obviously you can see the brain is located on to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of spatter in this area around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less on the, if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Well, this photo in conjunction with several other photos in that area, but yes, it does inform me his motion between the two shots.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same, just from a different angle?
It's from the other side, yeah. And so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, you know, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his of brain material by his left ankle. And then there's more, maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off of the cement pad.
All right. I'm going to show you three more photos. I'll show you one, finish exhibit 192, 192 and 165. It asks if you relied upon those to reach your conclusions.
I did.
And what are they?
Their views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Doug, if you pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can see this from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the floor in that area. That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern, and that occurs when blood from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound, and so the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, you really just gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. It's not, you won't see that on the floor for a period, but the shot then came out of his chest into his arm and out of his arm. So you've got, 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed. And in fact, it did. And you can see the blood running down his arm. And so I think what you're seeing in those accumulations of droplets on the ground is the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be. Can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier. Your Honor, is that okay?
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight. But cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. You probably want to stand over here,
This side,
Tim, so you don't block this room. Yep.
Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to. And again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second impact area. This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward the doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area here is where he's going to receive this shot. And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, about a foot or so off the ground and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into the shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Right.
Now, let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defense 192, please. Just another similar photo. Are you sure that's 192? Yeah, there we go. Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, where's, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
Shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot but adjacent to the open door, the opposite side of the door.
Do you see what's referred to as a voiding area on that door?
Yes.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26, which is already in evidence.
Well, and
Please pull it. Okay.
and if
Hold up. Don't move on yet, though. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
okay, Doug, go back to 192, I believe is what we were looking at.
So if you look at the area immediately.
Let's stop right there. What's a voiding area?
Well, so a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain. So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is something was there to block it and capture. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left the seat.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less blood. Now, again, there is some here, but if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas. And the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that, is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug. If you could sort of blow up the door, please.
No, you almost don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like a contact transfer of material. And as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area. This is also the area where we saw that pellet impact. So this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door. And that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Does that indicate it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say, if that volume is there and that much is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that? Yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it is being transferred onto their clothing.
And
or face or hands or them or the gun.
How off the ground does Paul have to be for that much blood to go up that high?
Well, I think that the best we have Paul's head was because of that secondary impact location that I showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the 8 or 10 inches up is where the entrance part of it is, but that does give us a pretty good approximation of where Paul's head was when that shot occurred.
So 2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even. Okay. Is there enough force to send his hair to the top of the door?
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
Okay. I have a few more door photos. Finish 193 and do you have any objection? I'm going to show you while you're down here to finish 193. And is that a photo that you rely upon?
It is,
in your
yes.
analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, we moved finish 193 in evidence without objection and under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Doug, can you pull up 193? And you just hold it right there. Can you tell us what that is?
So now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door, again, you can see the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small. And in the blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and then virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room. And that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it into the shooter, some of it up and over and into the ceiling and the top of the door.
Doug, can you blow up the third? Well, hang on. Do you see the pellet in the threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be in this area right here.
Can you find it and blow it up, Doug? I think you missed another.
Well, yeah, he got the other pellet. Yeah, he got the actual pellet, and that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe it's right here. Yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene.
Correct.
Right. And when you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is pushing back out the entrance hole and it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns. In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head, I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial vault. It's just going free form. So you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number 2 pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through the shoulder, through the face, and up through the brain to penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you exhibit 181, 183, 188, and 186. And can you identify these are those photos you took on Friday?
They are.
Yeah. We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted.
Just work quickly through these. Exhibit 181. Well, let's don't do this. Let's go to 188, Doug. Tell me what 188 is.
So this is an overall photo of that same area of the door that I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the?
Yes. Yep. And the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
Okay. And then guess let's look at 181 and just briefly point out 181, Doug. Thank you.
So this is a close-up view, 90-degree on, of that pellet up in the into the door trim, and what it's demonstrating is a couple things. One, that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor and ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
And 186, please, Doug. 186. Just tell us what that is, Mr. Palmbach.
So that's a close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we saw, and you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom. And again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it, and then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the directionality. That pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set 180, defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part of the doorway, just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly the positioning that Dr. Kinsey was alluding to.
All right, and Your Honor, we would move to introduce defendant's exhibit 182 in evidence, plea without objection.
No objection.
Can you pull up 182, please?
So as you can see, I'm crouched very tightly against the right doorway. It's about as far over as I could go, and still, I was trying to, how far can I go over and still manage, a firearm in this kind of relative position here. Right out of the gate, what you realize is my body is physically in the position where Paul is passing through. And we previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I wanted to show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other objects. And if you look at the distance between the edge of that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter could have gotten in the room and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen. But in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it. So I don't know how long it is, but we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum where the barrel would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor in an upward, again, so it's got to come across the shoulder, upward and out the back, it's this kind of a trajectory. You can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true, but what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to, okay, and you'll take a seat. That'd be
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. You can take that down, Doug. Mr. Palmbach, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh. Did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally, there's a couple really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving for sure. There is some degree of movement, from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him, and moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving, toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defense Exhibit 163 and 164, and ask if you relied upon those.
I did.
Defense Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Committed.
If you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug. Thank you. And jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face down position there.
Just leave it like that.
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse.
Right.
You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area. And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
Right. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 149. And the other two we'd move to those be under seal, and 149 under seal. Is this, you relied upon this in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, we moved, Exhibit 194, not 149. 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Committed.
And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side by side, as they call it. What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie passed by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears to be a damaged loop bearing, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over this direction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can just generally, I think you were hair on her body. What significance is that? And if you'll blow up her legs.
Right.
Doug, please.
So, when you find a body, you always have to wonder, is that really the position that the body remained in? Or, through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know, are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case, to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. We can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? Oh, you mentioned a marker 12 a moment ago in 163. And again, what do you understand 12 to be?
It's physiological material. I mean, it looks structurally like brain material, but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree. I think Dr. Eisenstat, a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door. And of course you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period, engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just more or less in the anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one. Or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, this person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancement reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray. Amidio black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions. And I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. 1 moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Palmbach, did you see any fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area?
I did not.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints? Or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area and the possibility of touching something is there. I mean, I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions the state may have.
By the state.
Is it Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am.
This Mr.
I'm not a
Palmbach?
doctor.
Okay, I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense to investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No, before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these two pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project two pellets upward. That was the only new information.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you?
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes,
Other than what?
other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you states 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at, people on the Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there's blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. Defense exhibit 165. And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there?
Yes,
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
not that I saw.
Because defects were in the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a
Actually-
shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within. Eventually, yeah, it does look like a bomb going off. That only happens in the cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not for me to decide. It's a pathologist that needs to do that.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
And his face wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because again, if the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way or his left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely, some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jam.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further? You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will break for lunch now till 2:45, till 2:45. Jury is excused.
Okay, that last little bit of exchange actually made me feel a little bit better, because did you hear how flustered he got when pushed back? That he realized there's no actual physical evidence in regards to what he's saying. The brain would blow apart. There would be splatter everywhere. But excuse me, sir, was that not a big, like, intact piece of brain, like right there? Most of the brain in all the reports is reported to be
2:45, do you have
come
another
out.
witness?
Oh,
All right.
All right,
We'll
hold on.
recess till 2:45.
well, they just came back to say 2:45 again, and that they have one more witness to present in the afternoon. You could probably hear the voice behind me. Well, I thought that was amusing because she's challenging him on physical evidence that contradicts his actual theory, and he immediately, his voice went up, his timbre changed, he got all flustered. I'm like, they did not pay that man enough to look like a fool. on that stand. And I think that's exactly what he was thinking at that time. I don't know. Just my personal observation. It amused me. Made me feel better about listening to the hour or so prior to that. Anyway, this is very frustrating for me. I don't know enough about guns to actually contest this, but let's talk law with Godless Granny. Hey, happy
Hello.
lunch. Happy lunch. Here come
Yep.
Beck. Wait, I'm going to bring Beck up, but Beck, I'm telling you this. Don't come in screaming. I know that testimony was rough. I could just imagine. I know,
Hi,
right?
Granny.
That was kind
Oh
of
my!
amusing
How can
at
you
the
give
end.
somebody 3/4 of the evidence and then expect their testimony to be even close to correct?
Well, that seems to be what they're doing with all of them, and I think the state is doing a good job at pointing that out. But I think
Mhm.
Godless Granny may agree that's not unusual. They're going to
I
pay experts.
absolutely agree with you, Claire. That was the one thing I was noticing at the very end was that he was starting to come apart.
Mhm.
And if you want to project yourself as being an expert, you need to be open to following the evidence wherever it goes. You can't be looking like you're favoring one side or the other.
Mhm.
And him getting upset at her questions, to me, shows bias. You know, I want the evidence to say this, and how dare you challenge that I said the evidence says
Mhm.
this?
And use his
Agreed.
own words in his own report, the fact.
Mhm.
But here's the things I hope that they stick out to the jury. This is not unusual. It's common practice. I'm not going to say they're being shady or sneaky. This is what that you do with an expert witness. You provide them the evidence you want them to look at and provide an opinion on it. And it's a paid opinion. And in most cases, it's to go against a theory that's already out there. So you're going to, they're going to limit it. But that does come out to the jury. I hope they heard every time they said they did not have all of it. They only had limited. They
Mhm.
only had this. And that's important because, yes, we learned through all of this. And even with my conversations with Dr. Silkman, evidence can be looked at in 2 ways at all times, 3, 4, 5 ways at all times. It depends on who's looking at it and for what purpose. Evidence can say anything. It's the combination of all the evidence together that tells the story. One piece can't say it all. And I think that she just proved that, like with the brain. Because
Mhm.
he's saying there would be immense splatter, everything be everywhere. That brain would be in pieces. They actually remarked, everyone who saw, that most of the brain was intact, which
Yeah.
goes totally against his theory. And I think it speaks
Yeah, so
more.
it popped out whole.
It did. There were pieces. Don't get me wrong. There were
Yeah, yeah.
slight pieces. They can find brain matter in other areas. Yes, they did. There was parts of it that did come out. Maybe the part that was hit the most or whatever. But the most of it was intact, laying right there. Now, that kind of goes against his theory 100%. And then telling us that there would be more blood spatter and DNA all over the people and they would be injured. That still doesn't tell us if you had 2 shooters, show me where there's any evidence of a second shooter anywhere, and I will go with it. There's not a single unidentified footprint.
I have a
The
question,
only
Claire.
thing with the footprints is that they say they cannot, based on the condition of them and how fast they took the photographs, go 100% that it's so and so. But they're pretty sure, based on what they have, that it's Paul's and Maggie's, like the footprints that they find, and or Alex's. So, like,
Did
I don't understand where's the unidentified footprints.
Hell if
Mhm.
I know, but see, he got partial information again. I have a question real quick, Claire, because I had to leave for like 5 or 6 minutes from the stream.
Mhm.
At any time, did they ask him how, where angles of being shot, how that happened? I would love to know. Was he
They're
Spider-Man
not
on the
saying
ceiling when
how.
he shot him?
They're not saying where they were. They said from above, like directly up above. So they're either saying that Paul was in a submissive, leaning position on the ground, begging for his life. Is that what they mean? I don't know. Or they're saying that ninjas were on the roof, like coming in like through a hole, like shooting them.
So they're trying to
No. No,
So they're
but
trying to say there was one guy on the ground and one guy on top of the hangar? Because they
yes,
also said Maggie got shot in the top of the head. That's
they
what
all
they're
say,
trying to
and
do. They're
here's what
trying
they're
to put a
saying.
second person in.
They're saying execution style. He's clearly saying the gun was directly against the skull. He's saying not far enough away for stippling this and that. He's saying that the impact was obvious, that the gun was right against the skull, up close and personal execution style. They are trying to submit that this is in retaliation to something that Alex did. If that is it, then why didn't Alex have security after the murder? If this is what Alex and
Exactly.
his defense thinks, then why is Alex walking around like a free man until we locked him up for all his other misdeeds? Excuse
Going to
me.
Key West partying. He
Exactly.
was fine.
Like I would go with it if there was anything else to support it, but I'm having a really hard time because there is nothing else there. You know,
It's just doubt.
they're going to have a hard time selling this on the jury, although it's not plausible. But does it give them enough doubt? I hope they see the ridiculousness of it. I really do, because if they
Well,
think it's ridiculous, they can discount it. If they think there's anything to it, it might be enough for a hung jury. That's
oh
the
yeah,
truth of
no,
it.
and that's totally what they're going for. That's absolutely what they're trying to. They're just that doubt. We only need a few jurors to doubt. Yeah.
You only need one.
Yeah. You
Well,
just
yeah,
need one.
exactly. Exactly.
But I think the jury deliberations are going to be pretty hefty. And it's
I-
going to come down to it's really going to come down to the personality of the jurors. If one hang out for not guilty is a really strong personality, he'll be found not guilty.
Mhm.
But if that person can be persuaded by the other jurors, he'll be found guilty.
Mhm.
Yeah, because you got to love
Because
other
it's
people putting
difficult
pressure
to
on
do.
them.
Aren't we all having? Yeah, not only that, it's
what?
difficult to do as yourself, even personally. Just imagine being a juror and trying to say, I personally think that man could have killed his wife and child, when you yourself can't imagine doing anything like that.
That's a
That's
good
the hard
point.
part, because
Mhm.
it's a family annihilator. It's so up close and personal and so disgusting, the crime scene. When they actually do what they did in their favor there by showing those crime scene photos is actually put it out forward without saying it, that this was such a horrific crime, that even if you don't like Alex Murdaugh, do you really think you could do that? Because I can assure you nobody on that jury likes that man right now. Nobody
Mhm.
from that county, because they see all the people he damaged. How could you? When you see
Yeah,
how
he's
many
too
people he
slimy.
hurt willingly. He hurt them willingly. And now he's begging you like, oh yeah, I'm a rotten guy, but I would never do this. It's got to pull on them a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I'm saying now I'm sorry, I could never have killed my family.
Oh, I
half
don't
my
know. Did
family,
he
right?
say he was sorry? He just said he did
About the
it.
financial shit? Yeah, he said it
Oh,
500 times. That's what he's trying to do, is make himself look like he's confessing everything, so he's not lying about this.
yeah. I mean, I heard him say he did it. I'm just missing the sorry part. I didn't see anybody with any remorse really up there, except for the fact
Well,
that
no,
got
he didn't
caught.
really say I'm sorry. He said it was I
Yeah,
shouldn't have done it. I
because you
did
know
it,
what?
but he never
You know
said
what?
I'm sorry, because that would
Yeah.
be admitting he did something wrong and he doesn't give a
Exactly.
shit.
Exactly. And when you're sorry, you usually say like what for? Like Tony Satterfield, I'm sorry when I sat in front of your face and told you that we only got like $100,000, like I lied to you. He would recall that conversation. And he may have even given him the money back. But he didn't, did he?
Yeah, he
Mm.
could have, but he didn't.
And he's got all this money. You know, good point. I hope the jury also notices that when they put out the amount of money Alex Murdaugh is paying on this defense, that they also put out that he will not settle with the Mallory Beach case for the wrongful death of that child, even though he knows that his son was on that boat.
Yeah.
And that it's
Oh,
his
yeah.
boat. Okay. And that all the alcohol provided that day was provided like through vehicles that Paul and Buster's ID. So whether he feels personally responsible or not, there is some actual incendiary responsibility there as the adult and the owner of that boat in those children, in being those children's father. Like so, but he
Yeah.
has none. He has none. He feels no responsibility whatsoever. And you can see the viciousness in his face when he actually looks at anybody in regards to that case. That speaks to me more than anything else. You know, it's just the way he
I can agree
handled
with
that
that.
whole thing. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is not a man with remorse or anything like that. Like he's not really sorry, and I hope the jury sees that. But it's emotional, definitely emotional.
Oh, I had a question, Claire. Okay,
Mm.
so the wadding in the armpit, was that from the first or the second shot? I can't remember.
The wadding
What
in
did
the
the
armpit.
pathologist say?
The wadding in the armpit is from the first shot that hit in the chest and blew the wadding out. Like the wadding blew out from under the arm, from what I remember. But anybody
Okay,
could
see, I
check
couldn't
that
remember, and
testimony.
we were
The
talking about
second shot went up,
Okay.
she said went up, grazed the chest, went up through underneath like the face. And the reason there's nothing on the face is because it came in somewhere in the neck under the chin there and went directly into the
Yeah.
brain. It didn't have a chance to blow the face out. It was trajectory until it built up into the skull. That's when it actually blew the part. That's not unusual. Just on
Yeah.
impact, they don't necessarily always blow out, right?
Right.
And that's what they're saying. And that's all soft there. And I don't know a lot about guns. I'm just remembering her testimony. It was remarkable to me, like that part. Because when she showed the angles of the and then blew out the top, not the other way around. And actually, when she was countered in her testimony, I hope that the jury recognizes that she didn't get flustered. She just said, no, that's not how I see it. And let me tell you why. Blah, 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 blah. And laid out the
And she
facts
handled it absolutely professionally. Yep.
calmly
Exactly.
and professionally, right?
That's what an expert should look like. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
We all loved her. We were crazy about Dr. Reimer. She is amazing.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Beck, you
Well-
might know the answer to this because I don't know much about guns.
Okay.
When she was on cross asking about the shotgun and saying, a shotgun doesn't just explode outward, from the blast, and he would say, "Oh, yes, it does." And obviously, he misunderstood the question, and his answer was even more fuzzy, I thought, because his answer was that because it was a headshot, that's why it exploded. And I'm thinking, no, isn't it that when a shotgun shell hits something on impact, it explodes, and that's when all the shot comes out? How does a shotgun work?
Okay, so there's you have the firing pin, then you have the black powder, then there's a casing around all of the little pellets, whether it's buckshot or birdshot or whatever. So when it shoots, everything comes out of the shell. The wadding is still around all of that when it first comes out. And then as it comes out of the barrel, the wadding opens up and all of the shot goes in like a V funnel formation in general.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
How far does it move before it starts to spread? Do you know?
Well, it starts spreading immediately, but it's just that it's just that when it's closer to the gun, it doesn't spread much because it goes farther out the farther out it goes away from the barrel.
Okay. So like if you're shooting at a turkey and you're using birdshot, you've got to be pretty close to it. Otherwise the shot is going to be so spread out that only a couple pellets are going to hit it. Right?
Right. Well, that's the point of birdshot. It's so because birds are so small, they're hard to hit with like a slug or a typical gun, a rifle. So they use shot, so they have a better spread of those. And it depends too. Now it depends on the size of the gun as well, how wide it's going to go out, how far it's going to go out. It depends on the caliber, size, blah 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 blah. So that's all variable there. But in general, like they usually use, a lot of people used to use 410 shotguns. They're smaller shells, a lot smaller than the 12 or 20 gauges. And they're just specifically for birds like pheasants, turkeys, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So yeah, the whole point is to get most of those to hit the bird and take it down.
Okay.
And yes, if you're too far away, you're not going to hit them for shit. So that's why they have like the turkey blinds and they hide in the bushes and all that. So they can be close when they come in. They hide there for a little bit. And then typically they'll send out typically a Labrador. Actually, Labradors are great bird dogs. That's what they're meant to do because they also have the web feet to swim. So they swim faster than a lot of dogs. So they'll send out the dog. It'll rouse the turkeys or pheasants or whatever to fly into the air and they shoot them. So they have to be pretty close.
Okay.
There you go, Jen. That sounds, yeah, thank you, Jen. No more than about 30 yards for bird shot. Right. Yeah. That's about, yeah. Sounds right to me. See, but that's the thing is, I mean, I can understand the gas part of it. That makes sense to me. But why were his eyes unaffected? That's the direction the blast was going in, according to this guy. It was coming from the top down. So why weren't his eyes affected? Why didn't it like blow out his eyes or pop his eyes out or something? You know, I don't know. It just doesn't. I just can't see how it happened. He would have had to be bending over or something. There's no sign of that. The blood spatter. I keep saying splatter, but blood spatter on the door, on the brains on the ceiling. I just can't. Even if he did get shot from above, the guy would have had to been behind him and aiming down at like a 70, 60 degree angle. So how the hell are you going to do that? You going to stand on the ceiling?
Yeah,
So that's why I said Spider-Man.
Yeah, here's the thing I think that we could all three agree on. When it comes to the two experts here, the forensic pathologists, you know, not even this guy, the crime scene guy. Okay. When we just talk about the forensic pathologist, the difference in the two, one of them would identify the bodies, actually had hands on to the bodies, and refused to look at the crime scene because they weren't trying to match up a scenario. They were only going to say what the body said, right? That would be
Right.
that would have been Dr. Reamer. Now the other one, Dr. Eisenstat, he actually said he was only going by the reports that Dr. Reamer did. Okay, and then was also looking at the evidence of the crime scene at the same time, thinking, well, they're trying to come up with a theory. Now, the same thing with the actual crime scene experts. If we take Kinsey of the state, his actual theory of the crime scene matched the actual bodies, what the bodies said in Dr. Reamer's report. Okay, but they did them separately and then they correlated them at the end. These guys are taking them all together and just trying to come up with a theory. And it's quite obvious that the physical evidence of the crime scene does not in all cases match up their theory of what the body is telling them. And that's a problem for me. If they're saying that the shot was from the top, then show me, then how the hell, tell me if that shot came from the top, how the hell do I've got brain matter and blood spatter at the top of the door going in the opposite direction? Can you explain that to me? That was obvious. That was absolutely obvious. Yeah.
I just can't see how Paul could have been in a position to shoot him, even if, okay, let's say everything he's saying is correct and it's totally plausible. He knows more than we do. You know, it could be possible. Even at that point, at that direction, with the blood spatter on the door, where the brains hit the ceiling, blah, 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 the person would have had to been behind him. He would have had to be like on his, well, he couldn't have been on his knees. He would have had to be standing up because the blood spatter was up at the top. I just can't see how I cannot work out in my head how
they are
possible.
in these execution modes that they are trying. I mean, if you think about how they're saying the angles of the shots happened for both of them, for the brain shots, they are either on their knees or in some position of begging for their lives. They are bent over, down low. This is execution style. Can we agree? That's a common way that we would think that shot would happen. I mean,
That's not the way I read it.
No, tell me.
No,
Yeah.
I read it that, you know, he shot them in the first shot, they're falling. And the second shot, he shoots them while they are either in the process of falling or have fallen. And that's why they're down on the ground. They're not begging for their lives.
That's good.
They're just wounded.
You're right.
Yes, exactly. That's what they said with the footprints.
So where are the defense wounds if these are somebody they don't know? Like and why is there no action from the dogs? If these are strangers.
Yeah, that's my thing is they said that Paul's arms for both shots were down by his side. If someone comes at you with a gun you don't know, you're going to either turn and run, and he was facing the person partially, or you're going to put your hands up or something to defend yourself, jump on the floor or something.
Yeah,
he did nothing.
Yeah, because what Granny says is like, that's absolutely, absolutely that fits also. You know, when they're thinking about the two shooters, though, I'm thinking for the quickness, I think they're trying to go with like leaning towards the fact that it happened so fast that they would need to have two people there, but still.
But you
If-
don't. I watched a reenactment of it that this guy, that's what he does for a living.
Mhm.
And he reenacted it, had set up everything according to all the measurements that were in the documents that SLED took, set up the whole scene, had a fake little table there for the side-by-side with the guns on it.
mobster. Yeah.
Underneath the overhang. Yep. And then he picked up a gun, and the guy slowed it down to him walking, just walking speed. The guy was running originally. He slowed it down to walking speed, and the whole thing was done in 49 seconds.
Right. The link I just put down there is the last one that the mob crew just put out, in how fast this could happen with the two bodies.
That's
and
the one I
also,
saw.
if
Yes.
it is two other people that came in, how are they using the Murdaugh's own weapons? How did they know that Maggie and Paul were going to be there? Okay. And why didn't they go into the house and finish Alex off if that's who they wanted?
Yeah, that
I
He's
mean,
doesn't
yeah, if
the
make
you're going
sense
reason
after the
to
whole
me.
family, right?
If he's the reason all this happened, okay, why is he still walking around?
It was the boat
Well,
wreck.
One other thing that
Remember?
Yeah. One other thing that this expert said that I totally disagreed with was, he said, if Maggie heard that blast, if Maggie's further in the room and she hears the blast, she is going to turn and run towards the blast to see how Paul is. Either that or she's going to run away. And I thought, no, not necessarily. When I panic,
I would
I
freeze.
freeze.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
not move. I cannot talk. I freeze.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it depends on the person. Yeah, you have that
Mhm.
fight, flight, flee, or freeze. Those are the 4 things people do in traumatic situations. See, now I'm a fighter. I probably would have went after the guy and tried to get the gun. But most people are freezers or fleers. They will either run or they will hunker down where they are and just like cover their head and curl up in a ball and freak out. That's what a lot of people do.
Yep, that's me.
It's pretty typical, especially with guns, especially when you have someone who's not used to being around guns. And the other thing is they clearly showed with the footprints and everything with Maggie that she was going away from the feed room. He ran around in front of her apparently and shot her, and then she kind of like spun around and fell, and then he put the one in her head. He shot her while she was half bent over, and then shot her from the head while she's laying down. This guy's saying, oh, well, someone shot her in the top of the head from above. Like she couldn't have been shot while she was on the ground. He didn't even see all the stuff. I just can't believe his testimony.
And there's
on
other
any of it. I
evidence.
just can't.
There's other evidence that I heard that actually makes me believe that one person could have used 2 guns to do this. One, because I just have an absolute belief in the character of the man as being very opportunistic, in that, yes, he
Yes.
would use 2 weapons because they were there, because he'd be setting up reasonable doubt from the start. We're looking at an opportunistic lawyer who thinks that way. If anything, the testimony has proved to me that that is how Alex thinks. Alex showed it to me himself in his own testimony while he was changing his wording to fit the scenario as we went. I could see the opportunistic lawyer right there, the conniver. I could see how people fell for this manipulator. Okay. I know it's been about reasonable doubt from the start, but what I also heard is that shotgun is known to have issues. It had issues in testing. The same brand of shotgun that was used had issues in testing and discharging more than two units, or whatever you call them. I don't know what you call the ammunition.
Well,
there.
they
I know
had
nothing about guns.
shells, but there was 2 different size shells in that one.
Well, there
Right.
was. Okay, but here we
Yeah.
go.
That was
But
the
here we
12 gauge with the
okay.
16 gauge in it.
Which is not that uncommon considering how you found every box of ammunition there.
I
Mixed
know.
boxes of ammunition in every room. Yes, they had some all by itself in boxes that they originally bought that way. But when it came to the stuff that was used or loose or left around, it was a box of multiple units in there. It's easy enough
Yes.
to do. So what if he just couldn't? He had to drop that one and grab the other. The point is, both of those guns were in the back of that golf cart and totally available to whoever shot them. So it's not unusual if it was one person for them to use both. I don't think. I mean, unusual in the case of how these crimes happen, yes, but in this particular instant, it's more probable that it was opportunistic and they were there and he had it. They were fully loaded and ready to go. And so it's the means is there, is what I'm going to say, because when you're looking at a crime, You have to have the means and the opportunity to do it. And there's no denying that Alex Murdaugh did. There's no denying that the means and
Yeah.
opportunity was there. Now show me where the means and opportunity was for anybody else. Who the hell ever showed up? Where are their tire tracks of another vehicle? Did they swing
That's what
from the
I would like to
trees?
know. What are their
Yeah.
footprints? Footprints and
In-
tire tracks are my
listen,
first
if
go-to.
they rode in on a donkey, we would have evidence of it. If they walked in, we would have evidence of it. Even if they did, and I say snarkily, fall out of a tree to do this, we still would
Yeah.
have evidence of them being there. The only one we have evidence, I keep saying over and over, the only one that we have evidence of being at the crime scene, okay, before, during, and after, is Alex Murdaugh. Show me where anybody
That's
else
right.
was there, and I'll believe you. I will.
Yep,
But
because I would like to know how he was there at definitely there at 8:45 and change at the end of that video,
Mhm.
and they were killed before he left the house, and yet he doesn't know a thing.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Yeah, what it's very what I see is that they're trying to move the timeline. The state has made little effort, has made some strong effort actually in trying to move that timeline, not exactly successfully, to move it past 9:15 or so, to make it more evident that he couldn't have been on the property because there is GPS documentation that he was off the property at the time, or someone in his vehicle was off the property at the time, but it's most likely Alex, like he said, because he did show up somewhere else at a specific time, and they have witnesses for that. But they're trying to move that 15 minutes down. Have you noticed? Like they're trying to get him that extra 15 minutes. Very difficult. They're trying to make it that it could have happened like 9:15, 9:30 instead of between 8:49 and right before 9 o'clock. Because if they can prove that the bodies were they were dead before he left, it's even more likely to the jury that it was Alex Murdaugh.
I thought Dr. Reimer said somewhere between 8:49 and 9:05. Isn't that what you said?
She did, and
Didn't
he
she give
says
a
he left.
60-minute window?
She did like a 6 or 7, like not even 60 minutes, but like close to that.
No, I
Based
said
on the
16.
Oh yeah,
16.
16. Yes, because they're going by the time the phones stopped reacting. That's why they keep pushing that. Well, no, because Maggie's phone was moving. Okay, this is also opportunistic lawyer. How do you prove that somebody died? Well, their phone just drops dead. Well, how do you prove that it might be reasonable doubt? Make the phone move around a bit and maybe they'll think about it. Like, come on. I mean, it's all kind of obvious to me. And especially
And
when
him-
he
and
said
him-
right on the stand, he said right on the stand, I know a lot about cell phone data. I use it all the time in my cases. I use it to prove cases. Well, how did your messages get deleted? Well, I don't know about that. What?
Yeah.
How are you an
I
expert
must have
that you're
done it by
using?
accident.
Yeah. How are you an expert like on this? But if I'm going to use it against you, all of a sudden you know nothing about it. Well, I'm telling you, he knows enough about that phone to know that there's reasonable doubt if he could say that the phone was elsewhere and that Maggie could have been moving. Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing that was the straw on the camel's back for me was the phone moving in that direction at the same time as him going in that direction, which is not the way he goes to his mom's house normally. That whole thing is just, it's just too much for me. I can't get past that. I can't get past the fact that while he was on the road, the phone was moving at the exact same time. It was thrown out the window the exact same time he was driving by.
Exactly. But
why
here's
would
his
he do
counter
that
to
if he had nothing to do with it?
But he does know about cell phone data and he does know about the GPS, because here's his counter to it. Prove my phone was there at the same time. I said, we can't. You turned it off. He said, prove our phones were together at the same time, and then I'll believe you. And we're like, okay, Alex, but we know we can't because you turned it off. Like, you know that. You
or had on
admitted
airplane
to
mode
that.
or whatever,
No,
so it wouldn't
he
pick up the cell signal.
Wait, you're missing the fact that he testified to turning his phone off at dinner.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He did. My bad. You're right.
He literally testified he turned his phone off and left it on the table at dinner. And now he's saying, but you can't prove I was here, there, or there because my phone data doesn't show it. Well, your GPS does. And the fact that you have Maggie's in your pocket, well, that helped. Like, thank you. But he's trying, like, the way he counters the evidence is what I'm focusing on too, based on his knowledge of what he does. Like, he admits in one point he's an expert and you like about this stuff. He's so familiar with cell phone. He wanted them to get the cell phone data. He wanted them to get the GPS data because he knew he put enough reasonable doubt there that they could help protect him. He needed them to know certain things. All of this testimony, all the 3 interviews proved to me how far he went out of his way to insert evidence into the case whenever he wanted.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that speaks volumes to me. I guess I watch too much crime TV. They tell me the actual one who did it will always do that because they're always trying to paint a story to protect themselves. They always end up interjecting all the information. They answer questions before you even ask. They expand on the answers that they want you to have more of a story. You see, his faulty memory of the crime scene seems to expand only when he wants you to know minute details of certain things that you didn't even ask. And all of a sudden, he has this fantastic story to tell you. Yep.
And I love how calm he is while he tells all those amazing, weaving all that web. He's just so calm and relaxed and, just it's so easy for him to say he's not, okay, so here's one of the things that kills me about it. When I thought my mom was dying in that car before she died during that car wreck, I wasn't thinking about a goddamn thing. All I could think of was, I think my mom's dead. That's literally the only thing. I was so focused on that I walked away in like a daze and got to the other side of the median and on the highway, and someone grabbed me right before I stepped in front of a tractor trailer coming down the road. And all of a sudden, when they yanked on my shirt, I heard a horn and an engine. The guy was holding the horn the whole time, they told me. I didn't hear a thing. I was so devastated. Now, this guy can just cry and then I'm fine. I was in the cop car with the cop, just bawling my eyes out and staring at the car in front of me and watching them pull my mom out. And I was I told the cop to fuck off. I told a state trooper, I said, "Are you done with me?" And he goes, "Well, yeah, I think I'm done with all." I said, "Can I go?" And he's like, "Well," and I'm like, "Can I go? My mother's like fighting for her fucking life. If it's okay with you." And he said, "Oh, and he just did that. And I got out of the car and I told him to fuck off and I slammed his door. He didn't do a damn thing because he knew I was traumatized. He knew damn well why I was acting like that. That's the typical reaction. You don't just calm down and say, "So you're sure they're dead? They're definitely dead." Who the hell asks that?
Well, I think I would, not being sure,
more than once
that I could
3
tell.
times?
Yeah, you see, because here's the thing. Although I can absolutely understand where you're coming from, and it makes perfect sense, I do. But we also have to keep in mind that everybody's response to trauma is totally, totally different. Although
I know that.
everything
never
else,
have seen anybody act like
everything else is making you feel like, it definitely portrays that our normal reactions to it. We're all thinking that. Every single one of us are all thinking that, like our normal reactions to it. But that's a very personal thing. Some things don't make sense, like his lack of tears. That is what actually led the law enforcement to make notes. Immediately, they made notes in their notebooks. They all testified. And remember when Owens was the first witness we had, and he said what remarked to him is that he was so emotional and shaking, but there were no tears. I made a note. He said it must have affected me because I made a note about it. He did.
Yeah.
And there were things.
Did you
that
notice?
He said.
Claire, did you notice in the first car interview with him that the guy asking him questions in the driver's seat, when he was first there, he was very his face looked very compassionate and everything. By the end of the interview, he kept looking out the window. He looked disgusted.
Because
I think he knew. I think he knew before when that interview got about halfway through.
Well, let's just think of it this way. I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm not in law enforcement at all, right? I just do this as a hobby. And if I'm listening to him and I hear that he's interjecting and he's adding things, and for the very first interview I heard, I picked up, that's my opinion of it. Imagine what a seasoned law enforcement officer felt like listening to that. and kind of getting the
Yeah.
feeling that he's interjecting stuff in here. What do I do? Well, let's just get as much as we can out of him until we can
I mean,
prove
these are
something. Yeah.
Yeah, these are people that are used to doing interviews. They're used to watching the people. They're used to,
Mhm.
they know what to look for because they've seen it so many times. That
Mhm.
guy
Well,
wasn't brand new on that scene that was
right.
interviewing him,
Right. But and
and I just feel like the way he kept after a while, started looking at him funny. And then towards the end of the interview, when Rutland is asking him questions,
mhm,
he's looking
mhm.
out the window and his face does not, there's something about his eyes and his eyebrows. He just does not
Yeah.
look happy with what was going on by the last 5 minutes, I think, of the interview or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, last maybe 10. He just looked disgusted after that. I just thought I'd point that out.
No, I agree with you. I do. It just like, but at the same time, because they are seasoned law enforcement, they're not rushing to conclusions. So they like took their time. They're just doing their best,
Yeah,
to
and they
gather as
didn't
much
either. They were,
information as they can. Yeah.
because if they were, they would have disassembled the house that night.
Mhm.
Totally.
It's true.
So they
So,
really didn't think he did it. They
Mhm,
really thought it was
mhm.
some outside force.
Right. So, Granny, I'm curious, like what you heard, like the last part that you heard before we're going to lunch. Do you think that the witnesses have been discredited in some way? I mean, you and I both picked up
The
on the
state
change of his
witnesses or
tone.
the defense witnesses?
Either way. Like, do you think the
I don't think
defense's case in general? Yeah.
I think the defense scored a couple of points. They did raise a couple of points about how the um, you know they came up with something at least that was somewhat plausible, but overall, no, I don't think that they damaged the case at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think so either. I think that half the testimony from all their witnesses just went for the state. That's all I could see. Like
Mhm.
half of it was for them, half of it was for the state. I don't think it really helped them much,
Mhm.
in my
Do you,
opinion.
do you think it matters much to the jury when they hear things about them not providing reports ahead of time to the state?
I don't know. I don't know how sophisticated the jury is. I really don't.
Because that kind of means something to me. That means lack of
Mhm.
fair play, for one,
Mhm.
that you can't counter the evidence. You got to go flying on your feet. But these prosecutors are pretty quick. I think they know their game. And I think that Creighton Waters, that's why over the weekend he extended his rebuttal list. I don't think he knew.
Mhm.
If they wouldn't provide what they were going to testify about, then he kind of knew. Like he seems to be a man that's pretty prepared in most cases. Well,
Agreed.
yeah. I just hope he
Agreed.
doesn't bore the jury as the last one out, because they're going to take that personal and they're going to resent him. He's going to go into the jury room. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
exactly.
Also, how do you feel that, Granny, do you think the graphic imagery that the defense made sure was shown to the jury repeatedly, do you think that's going to help them in their image of whether Alex could do this or not?
I've been thinking about that a lot, and that is so iffy
Mm-hmm.
because the jury's going to be upset that anyone would do something like this. It's going to cause feelings of anxiety, feelings of wanting vengeance, wanting someone to pay for this. But will that do anything for the defense on making anyone feel that a family man couldn't do this? I don't think so. I really don't. And
Mm-hmm.
now part of that comes from my own knowledge of domestic issues,
Mm-hmm.
as a Kaja, as the work that I do with children that are in the foster care system.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of domestic abuse as the whole reason that these kids are in foster care in the first place. And I've seen the horrible things that people do to people that they truly love. And so it means nothing to me that he loved these people.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, you hurt the ones you love. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that not everybody knows as much as I do about how extensive the ability is within
Mm-hmm.
all of us to hurt people that we love. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what Crichton Waters was doing in his long cross, was put it out there. He did get Alex Murdaugh to admit that he loved and cared about his clients, and he stole from them anyway,
Right,
lied to their
right.
faces, but that's not murder. I get that. They may not want to cross that line. But when it comes to family, he also got him to admit that he lied right to Maggie and Paul's face about the pills. That
Mhm.
that Paul was telling him, "Mom found your pills." And he's just like, he did lie. He had told them he was in a hotel the night before, coming down from a bunch of
Mhm.
pills. Okay. He wasn't even with his
Yep.
family overnight. Okay. He went there the next morning and he went to work, and then he found out about the Jenny secretary actually having proof of the $792,000 fraud, you know. Um, he's aware of everything that he did wrong, obviously. But now he's trying to beg on a jury that I did everything wrong, but I'm sorry for that, but I could never do this. He's
Mhm.
and I'm wondering, if you are actually humble about all of that you have done wrong, you know, you actually start to make atonement for it. You actually start moving a different direction to try to make it up for people, instead of like standing on your ground. And the only time that you admit to all of it is actually because you don't want to be accused of something else. And to me, that made that makes a problem for me, because although I see evidence that Alex Murdaugh did it, I can't wrap my brain around why he's fighting so hard against the fact that he did, unless he's
Oh,
just an
I can.
egotist,
Yeah,
unless he just doesn't want his name ruined that way, because that would be like the worst of the worst, and he'd
exactly.
have to accept it, But he's done all
Well,
this
I
other
also
stuff.
think
He's
he's doing
willing
it
to
because of
say.
Buster.
You
He
think?
doesn't want Buster to think that he killed his wife and kid.
Did you see
Yeah,
Buster's
I think
face
that's a big
lately?
part of it.
Did you see Buster's face lately, though? I think Buster thinks nowadays he might. Like, I don't see a
Yeah,
lot of
Buster
It's
protection
just
from
does
really
not
Buster.
look
hard to
happy
know
with
what
him.
somebody's thinking just from looking at their facial
Yeah,
expressions.
it really is. But I
Yeah.
also saw a very non-committal testimony. I also saw he's got a very flat affect. I will give you that.
Mhm,
It's impossible to know what that man is thinking, as far
mhm.
as Buster Murdaugh. But I can't see him totally ignoring everything that's being said. When he hears that video, he knows his father was there, and he knows his father lied to him too about being there.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, and everyone, his brothers, his family, Maggie's family, all Paul's friends. He lied to everybody until the day he said it in court. And he
Right.
admitted it, that he lied to all of them, including Buster. He looked right at Buster. He said, "I'm sorry I lied to you." That had to hit really hard to people. I'm wondering how many people actually took a step back and started thinking about what
Yeah.
they're seeing now, because he's thinking that's a great thing. And I know it was like a Hail Mary. He had to. It was the one piece of evidence he could not go against, no matter what. And it blew up his whole timeline and his whole story. Well, just admitting that he lied about it doesn't change anything,
Mhm.
you know?
Yep.
Mm, mm,
Agreed.
I just can't wait for the
Oh, what a
rebuttal
mess.
witnesses. Who do you think the next witness is going to be? We got one more. They did pathology, right? He said he got one
Uh-huh.
more, and he dropped a witness, which I really want to know who it was. I think it's the psychiatrist, because as I was thinking about it over the weekend, the last person they want to put on the stand to be crossed is the psychologist about Alex Murdaugh.
Yeah, you're
Like,
right. Because
You
the
know?
psychologist is gonna say what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Under cross, they're gonna say, "Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, someone can murder someone that they love."
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And for all
If they're
kinds of
desperate
reasons.
enough.
Yes, especially when you look at the percentages that the people that do that are all entitled middle-aged white men. That kind of fits the profile a little bit. You'd have a hard time wiggling out of that one. Mhm. I do
Yep.
want to see. You know what, Pete?
I know. I was
He's
waiting for you
having
to
to
see
go
that.
in
I
a
was
minute.
just looking
I
at
was
it.
like, Bearded brought Bubba up for me earlier. You know, I need my Bubba fix, right? People like I'm just obsessed with Bubba. But yeah, Pete, yeah, that's the last witness. Bubba takes the stand. That does it for me. But actually, I want him to take the stand for the state. I want him to be the rebuttal witness. I want him to be the other shoe that drops. Bubba was wearing a recorder. No, I'm just joking.
And by the way, speaking of Bubba, I'm pretty sure he took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put him back in his fucking kennel, and then that's when.
Or
Yeah.
Maggie did, because like, but then, but I
Well,
agree with
but
Granny
he
that Maggie was pretty well not running much of anywhere. I wouldn't say she was running away. If she was running anywhere, she would run towards her child. Yeah, I can see that. But I don't see, if it's me, I wouldn't know what to do, especially with that. I mean, but she's used to hearing shots too, Granny, a little more than we are. Like,
True.
yeah.
yeah, because
Like
those guys are always down there
But
shooting.
not in that context.
Right, not that close, not where your child is in your husband, right,
and not at night
and not
when
with
the
the
sun.
knowledge at night that there's confrontations going on, because we're all talking about, are you strung out on pills? What are you doing? And then you hear a shot. I think I'd be really scared.
I also wonder, Claire, what do you think? Just a random thought on what might have set him off, kind of thing, because we were having that throwing out ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Since she was going to have an appraiser look at the property, I wonder if she finally told him and he lost it.
Could be, because it seemed to be like everybody knew
Could be
about
enough
it.
to set him off. Yeah. Everybody except for him. And you know how he is. He wants to be in control. He's got to be in control of his family. He constantly calls them and texts them and bugs them. But when other people try to call him, like, what was his face? Was it Dale? Is that what his name was? The guy taking care of the dogs in the morning and evenings.
Yes, Dale.
He's like, oh, I could never get a hold of him. Everybody else said he was constantly calling him and texting him all day long because he had to have control. He wanted to know what they were doing constantly. So the fact that something could have been done behind his back in the family and him not have control over it,
Well, let's admit that he does not have control of the Moselle property. He had to admit it on the stand that it was in Maggie's name, totally.
exactly.
And
And that's why
yeah.
I think that she was like, I'm selling it. We're
But
done
then
here.
he did tell the jury that when it came to issues of finance in his family, that Maggie just signed whatever whenever he asked her, and that's just how it was. And in where culturally where he is, and in that dynamic, and that's common. So I think they could relate to that maybe she wouldn't. But and that's what makes me curious as to why the defense threw that out there, that she had that appointment, because the state didn't. And I'm wondering what it actually means, because to me it means discourse, that she was going to find stuff out and he'd be worried about it. But the defense didn't seem very worried about us knowing that information at all. Unless they were throwing it out there before the state could drop it like a bomb, which I wanted to ask you about that, Godless Granny. I'm really getting confused about how many times it appears, and I will now start to use the word appears, that Jim Griffin put his foot in the door to let in 404B testimony or prejudicial testimony against his client. Things that they said they did not want talked about. He is almost responsible every single time for it coming forward. He either talks to a witness about it, he either asks a question about it, or he does something that actually lets it in.
It's
then
possible.
I'm wondering if it was a way to control the information.
It could be, but it's also possible that Alex wanted him to do it. Alex is not a criminal defense attorney, and Alex may be making some bad decisions on his own behalf. We saw him testify, which we know was not, in his best interests. And it could be that the defense attorneys don't have control of Alex, and he's telling them what to do. And if he directs them to do something, they have no choice. They have to do what he says. He's the client. Even if they don't think it's, they need to tell him, we don't think this is in your best interest. We don't think you should do this. But if they say this is what you're going to do, then that's what they have to do.
Yeah. I think you might be right there. I really do believe that Alex is directing a lot of this. I see in his own testimony how much he's paid attention and how much he cultivated that testimony geared towards what had already been known by the jury and counteracted every point that the state made. Tried to anyway, changed his story, did whatever, tried to give an answer for everything. But so I'm not, I don't think it was like an accident anymore. So it's either I've been saying it's for appeal or to turn things over and stuff like that. But it might just be cultivated to control the information too, knowing it's going to get out there somehow, some way, having control over where and when, and not letting the state drop it like a bomb on your head so it has more impact
Mm-hmm.
is a better way to get it in, right? Like that
Mhm.
actually, if it's going to get in there anyway, because Crichton Waters had some really great arguments. He was convincing the judge on a lot of this stuff, some iffy things, and look at how he walked back. Look at how he walked back the evidence just recently. He just walked back the state coming up and going, oh, you didn't see the wound on the body, so let's just bring this book that people use for analysis and for looking at gunshot wounds and all, and you can point to a picture on it and we'll say that's the wound. Okay. I was like, what? I can't believe they're going to be doing that. But they did let it in, and then they removed it because you know what happened? Crichton Waters during that break gave him a brief that showed him legal precedent as to why this is going to get messy. And I know Judge Newman doesn't like messy. He does not want anything overturned. If you show him that there's a way that it's going to be that messy, he's going to walk away from it because he doesn't like that stuff. He don't like it at all. He does not. He says often, I don't want my stuff challenged. I'll stick up for it if he does, but he tries really hard to walk the line so it doesn't, like to look at all sides of it, And once he saw the picture of it, that was it. Like he was like, what? Hey, no, this not in. Well, it was a nice try, though. It also, but I think, what do you think about that emphasized to the jury that he didn't see the body? It kind of pushed it again that you're not actually looking at real evidence, are you, dude?
Yeah.
You got a lot of opinion for somebody who never even saw the body.
I like how Savanna said, oh, so you didn't know that they had already figured out that nobody gave you that? And he was like, no. And she's like, uh-huh. Like she's just pointing out how much information he didn't have. She made him look like a fool just with that one question. I mean, not him, but the defense for not giving him all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yep. So Liam's voting on his lunch. Okay. I'm not even going to look at the other options. If curry's in there, then curry's it. You're in England, you have access to excellent curry. You should always go curry. Like,
I love curry anything.
Here in the States, you almost have to make it yourself unless you can find a really, really good traditional restaurant like that.
Yeah, I've been lucky, Claire. Every city I've lived outside of has had like one or two everything's homemade. Like when people of the origin eat there, it's good food, right? It's like if you go into a Chinese restaurant, you don't see anybody Chinese, don't eat there.
I know. Well, here, you know how here in America, Chinese food in particular has been so Americanized. I won't get takeout. I won't get takeaway or even eat a restaurant that has anything like fries, burger, or fried chicken on the menu or fried shrimp like they do in some of the Chinese restaurants now. Like I won't go there. Like that just crosses them off the list for me because they're Americanized it. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember being on a vacation in the mountains once, and I asked for a Chinese dish in one of the restaurants, and I swear to God, it was like Campbell's soup mixed with some chicken over white rice. I laughed so hard. I was like,
Are you serious?
Yeah, that was their version of chow mein or something like that. I was like, are you
oh my
kidding
God.
me? And it was their special of the day. And I'm like, were you cleaning the pantry? Like this? Like, I sent it back. I was just like, I don't like to do that, but I'm like, come on, that's like going too far. This like really
the
going
chef
too far.
The chef cleaned out the excess stuff in the pantry, made a dish, and everybody said, looks Chinese.
Yeah, it looks Chinese. Let's just call it chow mein. Like nobody will know from up here. Like it's true. I'm not from up here. I'm visiting.
When I was in high school, I worked at a truck stop, and I knew, and all the staff knew, that whatever the boss would cook the specials in advance. If you ordered a special, they could get it ready real fast because it was all cooked and all I had to do was reheat it. And any of the specials that didn't sell, that was the soup the next day. he'd put that into a pot, add some water, and that was the soup. And so we never ate the soup because we knew the soup was
It's
leftovers
just
from
leftovers,
yesterday.
right? Yeah. It must have been some interesting soup too, like meatloaf and green bean soup. Like that was good.
Oh, meatloaf! You can make you can make some
You
really
can make
nice
really
soup with
good.
meatloaf. Yeah.
Mm.
Actually, one day I kind of did the same thing. I was trying to clean out my refrigerator, and I had a little bit of leftover Swiss steak, and I took the Swiss steak and the tomato gravy with it, and just added
Oh, there
some
you go.
water, and and the potatoes that were from the Swiss steak, and I was absolutely amazed. It's one of the best soups I've ever made.
You know what? And
That means
soup
you
is,
spiced everything right the night
you know,
before.
Yep.
to be honest, soup is actually as a cuisine on its own. We all do make it from scratch. Yes, you can, but it's actually meant to be used for leftovers. It's a way to extend meals. It's a way to carry on your budget. It's a way to clean out your refrigerator, right? Just same thing as casserole here in America.
It's
The
also a
best
huge budget stretcher.
Exactly. The best American chefs and households are those that can stretch it. Like put the food back out in a different way, but it's the
Mhm.
same stuff. Like it's either a soup, a stew, or a casserole on day 2 and 3. And just to extend it because the proteins were so expensive. We've all gone through here in our country, we went through a depression. In all countries, they go through depressions and economic strife. And the average person just has to learn how to do all of it. But some of the best meals I've ever done are what we call like one pot casseroles, either a one pot stew, which we call
Yeah.
like jambot, like when I clean out the vegetables and everything from whatever I have and mix it with the leftover protein. And it's just like a stew or a soup or what we call a stoop, which is thinner than a stew, but thicker than a soup.
Oh,
Right?
A
I've
soup, I
always,
like
if
that.
I want it real thick, I make chowder.
Oh, yeah, chowder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I think if
Okay,
if you
you
cream
guys,
up
this isn't
or
fair.
milk
Now you're
cream
hungry?
anything, yes.
You're making me hungry.
One of the best chowders I ever had was made with leftover meatloaf, like Granny said, and it was like you wouldn't think it would be because it's like this chowder was a cream-based chowder, okay, like a thicker one, but it had corn and green beans and all the mixed vegetables in it, and they broke the meatloaf into pieces, right? So it looked like it would be little meatballs, but it was actually like little chunks, and
Yeah.
they started with like onions and garlic and celery and everything, and they put fresh carrots and all that. It was actually quite tasty as a chowder, and it was like meatloaf chowder, and I was like, I'm eating this. I can't believe I'm eating
Okay, I gotta
this,
run to the
but this
store. I'll
is
see you
good.
guys in an hour. No, I'm kidding. Hey,
You
fun
know?
fact, did I don't know if you guys know this or not. Way back in the day before breakfast was actually a thing, do you know what people ate in the morning before they left?
No,
Leftovers from the night before. That
that's
You
was
know,
what the
traditionally the
Japanese still eat.
breakfast.
do you know who still does that now? And I didn't
Uh-uh.
go through the depression, but just because number one, I'm on my own, I'm not cooking for myself or anything. I do that all the time. Like my meals are not my meals. It's brekkie. It's whatever I feel like. It's
Yeah,
cold
I do that
pizza
as
or a
well. Yeah.
leftover, whatever. Or I'll go and heat up the dinner like from the night before and just eat that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. And that's a great. And why not? Like that's how sandwiches
Yeah.
and stuff got started. You take your leftovers, you make your lunch.
Oh,
But yeah.
I have a tradition that I came up with is the day after Thanksgiving one year, I got up in the morning and fixed myself a piece of toast and then put some turkey on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I call that turkey toast. It's just a piece of toast with butter and
Mhm.
turkey. And
Yeah.
now that has become a tradition for me. The day after Thanksgiving every year, I have turkey toast for
Yeah.
breakfast.
That's great.
I take
That's
it even
great.
farther. We have what we call the Thanksgiving sandwich. I take that open faced turkey, right? I actually put
Yeah.
stuffing and cranberry on it too. So
Yes.
it's like jelly, and I eat it like that, open faced, like a big wad of like this, like just over the top. Yep.
You know what we used to do was we made a literal sandwich out of it, and
Mhm.
one of my brothers had put mayonnaise on it, and I was like, "That's gross" because of the cranberry sauce. It was delicious. If you like mayonnaise and you don't put it on your turkey sandwich the day after things for the leftover turkey, you're crazy. It tastes so good with the stuffing and the cranberry. We put all of it on it, make a huge messy sandwich, and eat it over a plate, and then just fork up whatever was left that fell out. But we did that every Thanksgiving. But we had to because by that next night all the turkey would be gone because there was 8 of us in the house.
Mhm.
You got to better grab a sandwich quick before it's gone. And mom made her own homemade cranberry dressing, and she had a special recipe she used, which my sister still has. I'm totally
Yeah.
jealous of that, but I wouldn't make it anyways.
Oh gosh, I'm so glad somebody else
Oh,
knows.
you
The
guys have
soup is
stoop too? I've never
I
heard of it
know.
before.
You know, it's like a soup, but it's a stew. It's like
Yeah.
in between. Yeah, it's like in
Yeah.
between.
I've
It's
never
like a,
heard of it till you
but
mentioned
it's
it, but
but it
that's
is
so
it's
smart.
like a made up word, like your grandma, my nan, or my mom, or my aunt, or everything. He said his mom used to use it, and it's basically for leftovers. It's like turning it into something.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
true art. That's a true art. I have to give home cooks that can do that, like for their families, is a great art.
Oh, I do
It's
crazy. I used to do crazy stuff all the time when I was poor and I was
hmm
married, and that
hmm
fucker was a construction worker and he could eat, let me tell you.
hmm
So I would come up with like we would be broke, at the end of the week. And every
hmm
week, Thursday and Friday meals were like, or what was it? Wednesday night and Thursday night meals were like, we're almost starving now. We'd be out of
Yeah.
money. So
Yeah.
I would used to make up dishes twice a week, and I'd make up different ones and everything. As I got better, you could tell I got better at it because at first he was like, "This is good. Oh, this is great," and then he would go back for like thirds and go, "Oh my god, this is so good," and I was like, "I'm good at it now."
hmm
you know.
Yeah. Oh, you're making my mouth water. The last thing I would say is like that when Godless Granny was talking about the refrigerator, and when you have leftover steak, because it can
Mhm.
be quite expensive. I don't like to like reheat it into anything that's gonna cook it too much. So I learned how to make a pasta dish. Like I make like a steak Alfredo. Like I make like I
Oh,
do
okay.
everything, and then I just add the steak in at the end. So it's
And it
still
warms it
tender.
up.
And it's got
Yeah.
mushrooms and everything. I cook everything, and it's got the creamy sauce on the pasta, and then I put like the peas in it. Like 'cause me, I'm like vegetable obsessed, even though peas aren't really a vegetable. Like everything has to have 2 or 3 vegetables. So there's like carrots and onions and all of that in it too.
Yeah.
But it's all like white and creamy. It's so good. It's like actually if people ask me to make it, and I'm like, I can't unless we have steak dinner. So you come make me steak dinner, and the next day I'll make you steak Alfredo. How's that?
There you go.
That's it.
You
Because
know what
yeah,
I do with my steak is I always when it's leftover, because you're right, if you cook it, it's too cooked, right? And I like
exactly.
mine medium rare anyways. So which is an
Right.
advantage if you cook it
hmm
that rare, medium rare to rare, then
hmm
you're not like totally overcooking it the next day as well. But
hmm
I always slice mine really thin, you know, and like bite size, but really thin slices. And then I just throw it in with eggs at the end or an omelet at the end or some kind of egg dish. And the eggs are hot enough to warm it up. And so you're good.
Mm.
You just,
No,
yeah,
it
just
is.
throw, you're right. Throw
It,
it in
it,
at the end and just let it
it
warm up a
does.
little bit. That's all you
Leftover
need.
steak also makes the best tacos. You do everything else, but you just heat the meat
Mm,
very, very at the last minute in the skillet before you put it in there. Like you
hmm
cook everything up, like the onions or whatever, or you make beans or whatever you're going to make with it. Mm. Anyway, but I don't know how we get on food all the time. We should
I
be
don't know, but I
talking
don't
business.
have any ready-made food. Can you guys stop? I don't want to cook yet. Not
I
till
know.
tonight.
I don't. I have like I have a scone and a hunk of cheese. Like I could see why people don't think I'm from Jersey. Literally, that's my brekkie. Is a scone and a piece of cheese. Like where do I think I'm from? I don't know. That's weird.
Oh,
I could
Claire,
see. Yeah.
before we restart, I just wanted to, we were talking about the body language thing. And I
Mm-hmm.
know there's opinions in that. I get it.
Oh,
But
I know. Yeah.
But when you watch a couple different experts and they're saying it almost exactly the same thing, I take what exactly is the same because I'll
Mm-hmm.
watch more than one on it. And then I write down that and say, okay, this has, common denominator kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So here's some of the stuff he mentioned. There's a protection that we do. Women will wrap their arms around their stomach when they feel threatened,
I know what men
uterus,
do.
and
Mhm.
men will grab their groin. Right.
He had his groin
There
the
is
whole first interview. He had
Yes.
a hold
Yep,
of
he
his
sure
groin.
did. And if you look at him, in the building with SLED, out of the vehicle, he kept every time he had to answer something difficult, he would bend over and look at the ground. And he was
Yes, he
still
would.
protecting himself. Okay.
Yeah.
The next thing is blink rate. When people are upset, their blink rate increases greatly, like triple.
You mean
And
like
his blink
today?
rate was
Yeah.
normal. This is the first interview. This is all based
Uh-huh.
on the first interview. Leg moving left to right. It's a soothing thing. It rubs your leg against your genitals and it soothes you. Interesting
Mm-hmm.
point. shoulder up and down. So when he was talking, he would randomly like bring his shoulder up in defense, like bring it up a little bit and then put it back down. Bring it up a little bit, put it back down. And that's also a like a tick for nervousness, feeling stressed, not comfortable. Shoulders hunched, they call it turtling. Now, if you guys notice, in every single interview that he did, except for the second one wasn't as bad, but he started doing it on the second one. He started feeling uncomfortable. But every interview he did, he had his shoulders hunched in. That's a protection. I feel like I'm being attacked. I'm not comfortable, stressful situation stuff. And the last one was no anger, no crying, and not bringing up any memories. That was a big one for me. Not bringing up any memories. Like when people are, like, okay, for instance, my mom was in the hospital and the first day she ended up in the hospital from that car wreck, or like second day rather, we all went there. All of us kids were there. We were all together. Grandma came and brought my aunt, all that stuff. And what were we doing? We were sitting there telling good memories because it makes you feel better when, because we basically thought she was dead at that point, but we didn't know she was going to live for a month. So, so you like, man, remember, I'm going to miss her cooking, or I'm going to miss this, or I'm going to miss those neck hugs, or, like that's what we were talking about. He hasn't done any of that. There's no memories. Oh, this was a great time thing. He just doesn't do that. And either that means that he's more likely to have killed her, or he's just an emotionless dick. I don't know which one it is. So but anyways, those were good points. I enjoyed.
Those were all good points, and I just like and it's not to go against anything that you said, obviously, because there is quite people like to watch these. It is great. Like I have to use the word entertainment here because the only thing I go back against it is the science of it, because people are so individual. Unfortunately, everything that you just said could also be symptoms of an addict, with the leg going back and forth, the blinking thing. A lot of these, when you say that, it's like they're going by generalizations, and I understand why, and they do use it, and a lot of lawyers will use it also and people to make them. But I stay away from it because I can't find enough science or where they're using it as evidence on a gym. But they do get general ideas about whether somebody's telling the truth or not. I mean, that does.
If they had known. I'm sorry. If they had known him previous to it,
then they could.
Then I would say they're dead on because they'd have a good baseline.
Exactly, and they
admit they don't have a baseline walking into that. They can only go off of what people have figured out over time of what people do, and people watching the body language. So there's a little bit of science to it and a little bit of guessing to it, but they have a main format they use in general, because they're using what the typical person does as a baseline.
Right. So, most of the time it's used more often just to find out if somebody is actually being forthright in telling the whole story or part of a story. They use it for witnesses. They use it for even suspects, but it's not admissible in court, which we need to, like, that's the only thing I wanted to stress. Not anything else about it, just the fact that we cannot legally use anything like that in court, and for good reason, because people are just so different, and it does come up with a lot of speculation on it, and it can be pushed back on so easily that it's almost fruitless, like, to do it.
But it can give investigators a way to look that they haven't thought of
and they
before.
do use it, and they do look at it. They do ask people their opinion about it, and they often will say, like, well, what does that mean? He's more telling the truth or not telling the truth? Look at his weird behaviors here, and let's talk to somebody like a behaviorist that would know about that. Absolutely, it has its place that way.
Yeah, because let's say you have a crime, and you're talking to any people that might have know anything about it, and you talk to a witness and he's acting funny. Of course, you're going to look a little harder at that witness because he's obviously uncomfortable or lying or whatever he's doing.
Well, it was the same thing that the agent Owen did when he heard some of the stuff he was saying, and he heard how he was acting. He started to get suspicious and make better notes about certain things because he thought something was up. So it's kind of like that. He got cues. It's all about
it's like a hint.
cue. It's like a hint or a cue of
Yeah.
what's coming down. But is it actually admissible as like a fact
No.
or an evidence? Of course they can't. But it's damn entertaining, which is why I shared the link. Like I did share the link for it because I
It
thought
is
the one
very
you came up,
interesting.
the one that you came up with, and I think Neverly Darling sent it to me. It was, although I wouldn't stand behind it as being like anything more than
Well,
entertainment at this point.
yeah, it's
I
not
would say
evidential. Yeah.
I would say it was at least entertaining to some of the thoughts that we all have about Alex Murdaugh. Like that
Well,
way.
you really
Yeah.
honestly the hunching, um and him, like, in the video, you could see him try to, like, put his arm over on the door and relax, and then his
Yeah.
arm went right back, and his hand went right back to his groin.
But that
Like,
brings
that
up a
is
good
such a
point.
defense safety thing. It's so
But that brings
interesting.
up a good point. Anyone aware of body language science and how it's used, anyone aware of their body or able to, like, if they actually have something to hide and they are covertly really trying to skew things, they could actually work against it and skew the results of any body language expert. Seriously.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
absolutely.
and that's
Well,
what
but
makes
we're all
it so
biased
iffy.
because of how
Yeah.
he's acted
Mhm.
this whole time anyways, and
Mhm.
how he's lied and how he's approached everything and how there's and one of here's an interesting thing. I didn't write it down because it's kind of weird, and the guy said I've never seen it before,
Mhm.
but he was pinching his eye at the bridge of his nose up by his tear ducts.
Mhm.
He was pinching that and then bringing his hand away and trying to feel if there was tears
Mhm.
right by the bridge of his nose. He would pull his
So,
hand away just enough to rub his fingers together, and then
uh-huh.
he put his hand back in his eyes, and I don't think he was trying to check for tears. I think he was trying to make himself cry.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's what I
What
think he was I think he was trying to irritate his eyes so he would cry, because
mm,
he was holding that tissue during that interview, and not once was there tears in that first interview, which,
yeah.
could be traumatic as well. I admit it could be a trauma thing. Some
Right.
people lock up, some people bawl, some people
Well,
space out and don't know what's going on. It just
Well,
depends.
I'll just tell you a personal experience, just to like show you how different people can be. Everybody knows I'm quite emotional. I tear up quite easily. You could hear it in my voice. Even
Yep.
if I get emotional, it almost sounds like I'm crying, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when faced with trauma, like an accident that I was in, okay, I broke my ankle, literally ran over my own ankle in 3 places, okay, and broke it and had to like figure out a way to get myself somewhere while my nephew was puking and I had to set it. Not a tear, not a tear. My daughter was carrying a cup of tea and scalded the whole front of her body at the age of 6 years old. You think I would have panicked, cried, screamed, yelled? Nope. Total function. Acted like an animatron, a damn robot. Got her to the hospital and everything. Didn't cry for a week. And then when I realized that she was going to be okay, I cried like a baby for days.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, that whole first week that we were wondering if she was going to be scarred and wondering what we had to do, not you would think I didn't care, Beck, at
My
how
mom was the same
controlled
way,
I
Claire.
was. Yeah.
My mom was absolutely the same way. Because 6 kids on a farm, we got hurt all the damn time. There was
Mhm.
always one person getting patched up or having mom check a wound to make sure it was healing right. And that's just how it was. So,
Yeah.
but when, like, for instance, I was 2 years old jumping on the bed, and back then they had those,
Mhm.
Granny knows about this. They used to have those, and I'm sure you do too, Claire. They used to have those headboards that weren't attached to the bed. And I was jumping up and down on the bed, and the headboard fell. It was full of books.
Oh
It
wow.
was a king size bed, so it was a king size headboard. Smacked me in the head. My brother was laying in bed because he was off from first grade because he was sick, and so he was supposed to be like watching
Mhm.
me while mom took a bath.
Mhm.
And so I was jumping up and down on the bed, and the thing hit me in the head. He caught it. And he always says, I saved your life, but he saved himself too, but it's okay.
Mhm.
He did
Mhm.
really save my life. If that would have hit me, it would have, the direction it was going, it
Mhm.
would have smashed my face down into the
Right.
mattress, and I wouldn't have
Mhm.
survived it. But
Yeah,
so he yells, mom comes out of the bathroom. She's in just a towel on her head and a bathrobe. She grabs the towel off of her head, wraps it around her head, hit my head, as she's saying, go get your brother. And Keel runs up and gets Richard, and she just takes us to the hospital. And she was totally cool and calm all through all of it. Every single time it happened, my brother had a piece of his eye got cut. My other brother had a piece of metal go in his chest. Like, she was always calm. And then afterwards, she would bawl.
yeah.
She would
Well,
break down
but the
crying once she knew we
the
were okay. every
Yeah,
time.
the point being that we're all different, right? And that doesn't even
Yes.
matter with behavioral science because it's more about them not having the baseline. If the person
Yep.
who was analyzing me at the hospital didn't know how I am regularly, they would not know
They
that
would have
there was
thought you
any
had something to
difference.
do with it. Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
It like that's what I mean. Like you can't like unless you have a baseline to compare it to, like how they normally react and all of this stuff. You really can't say. The same with everybody involved in yours, unless they know, like they can't even tell, like whether you're upset, you're not upset, whether you're over controlled, under controlled. How's it go? They need a baseline to go by to compare it to an individual one to you, because trying to compare you to anybody else is futile.
Oh yeah, that's like
Yeah.
with me. I'm so different from most people. Like, I think because I've been so traumatized in my life, I just don't have a lot of emotions when it comes to regular stuff. Like somebody's baby got hurt, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. It just
Mhm.
doesn't affect me like that. So you
Mhm.
could look at me and think I was a cold-hearted person. I'm not.
Mhm.
It's just unless it
Yeah.
affects me directly, I'm not an emotional person.
Yeah, Aunt
You
Jer
know?
said she heard it's common for people with panic disorder, maybe extends to other traumas, will panic at insignificant things, but in real emergencies, they're very level-headed. Well,
That's
I,
me.
I could I could speak truth to this to the fact that I am not diagnosed with any type of panic disorder, although I do get anxiety and I do have panic attacks, and they are most likely triggered over the most insignificant. People would just be laughing at me that I'm such a fluff ball when I'm really quite the opposite as far as stuff like that. Some people
Yeah,
would,
you really
you
are.
know, I am quite a little bit harder than that, but I would actually cry over the simplest or get really panicked and upset about the most minute thing and have a bit of anxiety over it. So I could
Right.
attest to that. Like you can never really really tell. And Jen, you're lying out here to the public when you say you have never heard that from me because all of YouTube has heard that from me. Like everybody has heard that from me because I mean sometimes somebody will just tell me a story and I get choked up. I can get easily affected by other people's emotions. Does that make any sense?
Damn it. Sorry.
Is that you?
Yeah, no, it
Okay.
totally makes sense. It totally makes
Yeah.
sense. And no, you're right. Everybody, I'm sure if Granny told a story about the shit she's been through in her life, she would have handled it differently too. Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like I'll have an anxiety or panic attack over something really minor and stupid.
Hmm.
And then when something big happens, I'm totally freaking calm
Yeah. I
until,
think
yeah. And then I get
we're all
mad
different
later.
that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just depends.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. What do you think, Granny? Like when it comes to all of that behavioral stuff?
Well, something Beck said, triggered a memory that maybe explains why I freeze and, why some people are a fighter and some people are freezers. I heard Atheist Edge talking about how when he's in a room, he's always looking for the exit. It's because he's got PTSD. And so he always wants to make sure he has an exit. Whereas the way I handle traumatic situations is my first reaction is I either freeze or I want to hide. And I think it's because I went through some trauma at a very early age where fighting was not an option. And so that's why my reaction to trauma is either freeze or hide, because when I was facing some really traumatic situations, those were my only options.
Mhm.
Um, and, I was thinking also one of the most traumatic things I ever went through was when I was babysitting for my cousin and I thought I killed her. And what happened is I was changing her diaper and she rolled off the floor. When she hit the floor, she didn't cry. And so I thought she was dead. And I just stood there and
Oh,
looked at her. I now blame our parents, though. That wasn't my fault. That was our parents' fault. I was 9 years old.
right.
What were our parents thinking, leaving me in charge of an infant when I was 9 years old?
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? And the baby probably was stunned. That's why she didn't
Well, what
cry. She
happened,
was
the baby
shocked,
had
like she was
she
shocked.
had the
Yeah.
wind knocked out of her because she landed
Yeah.
on her back. And
Mhm.
so I thought she hit her head, but in fact, she hit her back and it knocked the wind out of her. So, yeah, it makes sense at what age you were as to how you react to trauma. And I think the
Mhm.
reason I do what I do is because I had no options when I was,
Mhm.
subjected to some of the worst trauma of my life.
Right.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. I feel the same way about
I
mine.
think it also affects on whether you're the one that has to do something about the situation that's going on. If there are children of yours or anyone else is involved, or another vulnerable individual, like if you're the one that's not the injured party, or and you actually have to do something about it, I think that helps for us to actually engage in a more controlled manner to assist somebody. But if it was just us, we might just fall apart, not be able to do it. I think we all step up more when it involves another person. I know I did when it involved my daughter or anyone else with anything would go through. But I'm wondering if I myself was personally threatened. I think I would be calm, but I know for sure I'd fall apart later. It would bother me for the rest of my life, because I've had situations like that where you react like you're the badass of the world, like Superman, and then later you got nothing but regret and all this other stuff, and you're wondering why something happened and why you did this and that. It's like horrible, but yet nobody would know that as it was going on. They would just say, wow, how did you think so clearly? No, I didn't. I just reacted. Like, I wasn't thinking clearly. It just happened that way. I just reacted that way. You know what I mean? It was like instinct. I had no control, and I could tell I had no control based on later how you have the panic attacks about it, how you can't let it go, how you just don't even understand how it even happened.
Crazy stuff, my friends.
All right, let's get
Crazy
on to
stuff.
something little lighter.
A little
can
lighter,
we-
less trauma. Like, what
Can we
happened
go
to
back to-
food? I want to go back.
Can we
Now
go
I don't
back
have
to
an
laughing
appetite.
at Alex? That's so
And Alex,
funny.
but the thing is, like, I want to laugh at Alex, but when it comes down to it, I'm really getting nervous because we're coming to the end of the trial, and I don't want to laugh. Like, I want justice, and I realized that it's starting to bother me when I did my promo for Absolutely Today. I put Crichton up there, and I put a really old song that I remembered about justice up there, like we need justice, because that's at the end is what I want to see happen one way or another for the victims. Not so much like I really don't like Alex anymore. I don't think I ever did, actually, when I heard what he did. And that's a little biased, and I'll admit that. He's not a likable person to me. I can't see him, as what he did with his family. Even when they tell me he was a good man and a good family man and he supported in the community, I'm like, no, he robbed from the community. He lied to his family's face and stole from them too. Like, I don't see that anymore. I don't see a good person there at all. Well, I just want justice. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm chuckling at Halko's comment. Let's go back to something lighter, like double murder.
I know. I was just about to say it. I was just about to say it, Granny.
And unfortunately, one of the most brutal ones we've seen in a while, because it's like, it's just unexplainable at this point. If it's not Alex, like, who is it? And if it's not Alex, why 2 years later would we not have any hint that it's anybody else? We're talking about a small community. We're talking about people who talk and gossip on a regular basis in that community. It's like water in their veins, okay? And they all know each other, okay? And so if there was anybody else in that town, in that country, like anything else was going on, don't you think there'd be rumors about it? Don't you think there'd be like something about it somewhere? With all the people that are following this case, how many documentaries do we have now? 3. We had 3 documentaries out on these. We got the Murdaugh murders, the Dynasty, and we've got Low Country. Okay, all of these out there, not a hint of who else like it could be. A little bit of hint that it was in retaliation, but the actions of Alex Murdaugh afterwards don't really. He didn't protect Buster. Buster wasn't under protective custody. Buster didn't have a security guard. Okay.
Paul's roommate, no one warned his friends called and said, oh, they shot Paul, you better get out of the house. And he was like, oh crap. And then he ran out of the house.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
but Alex didn't call him and say, hey, your life might be on the line because you're a roommate of Paul's. That didn't happen. He didn't call Maggie's family either, but whatever.
And
Can I change the subject just for a minute to talk to about what Aunt Jura said?
Yeah.
Aunt Jer said my mom was a badass. She was a chaperone on a field trip that involved a pond for kids to swim in. One girl started drowning. Mom immediately took off her shoes and watch and jumped in to save her. All the other parents just stood frozen, staring at the commotion. Oh, I'll finish later.
Staring at the commotion. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right, here we go.
We probably have a minute for the jury to come in
You
anyways.
can finish
Granny, if
it
you
as
wanna
soon as
finish
he
that.
says that he's bringing the jury, because he'll stop talking again.
Okay.
He enjoyed that moment today.
I like him. He just looks like a pleasant person, you know?
You bring the jury.
Okay, so go
Okay.
ahead.
I think a lot of that has to do with training. I saw the exact same thing when I was in swimming lessons and a boy started drowning and the instructor dropped his clipboard, pulled off his shirt and shoes and dove in and grabbed him. And I think a lot of it goes to what you're trained to do.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Well, that's like my mom was trained to be a nurse and then left school to take care of to raise all of us. So by the time the youngest ones became teenagers, it was old hat for her to fix a wound or go save somebody, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Aunt Jer keeps asking us if we think that Low Country, that particular documentary, was done by the defense team or by Alex Murdaugh people who are in support of him, like the family or whatever. But I haven't seen the whole thing yet, so I can't actually answer that. So I just wanted to let you know I will as soon as I see it. Like, I'm gonna be watching more of it tonight.
Oh, I'm
I've
sorry,
never
Aunt
even
Jer,
heard
I
of it.
misunderstood. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a
Yeah, it's a
documentary.
documentary, one of the three that are out. But actually, this one has Jim Griffin in it.
Very good, thank you. Madam
Okay.
Floor Lady, how's the
We-
jury?
Okay, I'm Blinky. I'm gonna run. See you soon.
Mhm.
Very good, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls John Marvin Murdaugh.
Oh, family member.
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. Just that microphone.
John Marvin Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school, graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice, and I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name of your company?
Well, the main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC. So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations, multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
And And your parents are whom?
Randolph and Libby Murdoch.
Are you the only son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family, your family in this area.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're probably like most families or a lot of families, we're very close. I mean, the siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. You try to interact and keep your family core together. I mean, we're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right. Your parents, we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby,
She is.
and she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I
I
understand.
did, with my kids.
The in the spring of 2021, were they both alive? Was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what was his health in the spring of 2021?
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health was not good. Just in and out of hospitals, just
Right.
age and the diseases were catching up to him.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and we live down in Beaufort or just outside of Beaufort. And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton, but absolutely. Anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just wanted to go see my mom.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity. It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
Okay. And then Alec, where did he live in the spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Okay. And is Moselle close to Almeda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Almeda, but is Almeda a town or what?
No, Almeda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name. I think that's a general.
And just tell the jury where that's located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Is it basically at the intersection of, I don't know, what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Okay. And would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
We'll get to more of that. I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm gonna have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, been called Have you heard Paw? I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, excuse me, when we were doing something fun in a social event, I would refer to him as Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it. My wife would say it. It was just a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
That's, I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, it would only last a month or so, a month and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluffton Okeechobee store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment. He did, as you heard someone testify, that boy would work. And so whatever was asked of him, he would do.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Not at work, he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
Did you spend time with Paul? Let me back up. Do you have a place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would.
Would they?
Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. Anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. And some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but I have a very small field, and I've got 10 stands in the field, and before the hunt, I have it organized where I know who's sitting where. Well, I have Alec. He says, well, can the boys come? Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys backed out, Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Yeah, did sporting events, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And of course, we're sitting in there. Alec and Maggie are sitting just below us. And I had just gone, and I hope I can say this in court, I'd just gone and bought one of those $15 beers. And I was back in my seat, and songs playing, and my wife taps me, and Alec and Maggie are holding hands and swaying together. And she was like, why aren't you holding my hand? And so my $15 beer got put down. They had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. Football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. You know, I knew of trips that they would take, family trips, you know, vacations. They had a house at Eisenstat that y'all have heard about, and they would have, you know, they would always have friends come over, particularly the boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your
Stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and, you know, he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time and at Greenfield. And I smile fondly on this when I, you know, think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left, and we go back up and have a nice breakfast. You know, doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting. I don't know, it was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean, I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property down at Greenfield,
I do.
and have you
But
ridden,
riding in what,
like checking on the property? Do you,
oh, you mean like just riding around, joy riding or checking feeders or?
right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun.
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joy right now. If, you know, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, you know, at the last minute, possibly. But typically with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right. Speaking of your dad, what was, you recall what was going on with his health the weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, before June the 7th? So I guess would start, Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be the 6th.
Right. So he was actually in the hospital, I believe in Columbia that weekend. And I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay. And did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've, you know, heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up.
Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th?
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savanna,
And
to his, what I would call his normal doctor. I think Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
and was he having some breathing issues on
He was
that
having
Monday?
major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing issues were, maybe, you know, some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, you know, not as soon as the doctor saw him, but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was, as you understood it, the prognosis when he was put back in the hospital on Monday, the 7th?
On Monday, the 7th. Yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing, or that he was seeing, had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst, but if it's pneumonia like I think it is, I think we've got some treatment options.
So what was there hope on June the 7th?
Absolutely. When he told me that, I mean, well, first of all, when he said he had to go into hospital, it scared me. You know, obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it. I felt pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but did you and your brother send out emails, text messages to family members giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th?
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
Sorry.
And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your
Well,
dad?
it did. It did.
When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Moselle, and, you know, we still hadn't heard much. I mean, all this other stuff going on, it just, as you can imagine, it's just so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do, and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
There's take your time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Going back to taking your dad to the doctor and then checking in the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we get to, you know, that. But can you explain to the jury how all that transportation went to get to your dad to the hospital? Well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get
yes,
him?
on June, June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is an hour and a half from Savanna, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland about halfway, which is not far from my house. And then you just take him and I'll go back. He had some time sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmbach Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda, where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So Randy's truck's back at mom and dad's house. So I drive dad to Savanna in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in. And back then COVID was still going on, and there were several restrictions. They wouldn't let me go back with my dad at that time. So I was going to be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So I knew Paul was working, and I guess it was around 5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda, pick up my truck and bring it to work the next morning. And then just leave he was driving like a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
All right, so when you got back on the evening of the 7th, did you see Paul?
I did,
And where did you see him?
at my house.
And he got into your mom's
Got into my
sedan-
mom's
sedan
car.
and drove
right,
to Alameda.
and drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck and drove it to Moselle.
Okay. And you said the farm truck was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop being
That-
worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Varnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day, or was?
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty, but he was playing with the kids in the yard, being Paul.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
When did you learn that, and how did you learn that Maggie and Paul were murdered on the night of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time. And so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television,
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to?
oh, yes, sir.
His
Yes,
mom's?
sir.
And we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me, just said, I saw the news about Dad. Things look good, It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, listen, man, Liz and I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching a movie.
And what was his demeanor when you spoke with him on the evening of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? That's,
Yeah.
yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. And I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad has really happened. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there and it is a hunk of junk. And I mean, and
This was the farm truck.
this was a farm truck. And so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember, but I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe. And they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Okatee, Beaufort takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of police in Yemassee. I reach out to him and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened. Or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle? Because this truck's sputtering and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee, and he fell in behind me, and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. Well, go ahead.
And did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63, and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Were there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, I wasn't looking in the backseat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay. Do you remember about the time you got to Moselle? What time was it roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were, I mean, well before I got to Moselle or we got to Moselle, you could see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe is first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried. I mean, I don't even know that we talked.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at the 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall any SLED agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony, some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any SLED agents at the house. The last officer that I remember seeing that night, or officers, were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that area, that they were going to be doing stuff with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Right. When you went into the house, were there other people in there when you got in?
There were. Most people that I knew, some of Alex's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out or had food? What was it? Had anything?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning room pans. I never looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on, but I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After, did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend, Brooklyn?
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, I can't, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a t-shirt, you know, like relaxed shorts.
Do you know whether he had had a shower or not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not, yeah, I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand. So then let's move forward to the morning of the June 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just general.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buxton were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, you know, plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And do you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming. So I just kind of sat there just, you know, just in disbelief still. It's just, you know, moments of just.
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
You know, that's a good question. I thought about it. I don't remember. It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. You know, once everyone got there, there was, you know, a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alex law partners, Randy's law partners. You know, I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just, you know, just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I can't, I don't know. But I will say this, before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene. And so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement and said, listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever. He said, well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go. And he said, don't go until I tell you. And he called me back, a few minutes later and said he had spoken to, I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so, you know, so, excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. You know, I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who. And so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and, you know, they had covered it up with dirt. So there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what, it was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother, father, or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do. And I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul, that they would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and got me back around family and just got back to the support of others that were there, and there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that were, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like find my phone or find my friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone and I see Maggie's name and I press it where, to activate it, and it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm gonna go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents, because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here. And it's got an app on it that can find the phone, and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Y'all want to let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over, I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that.
And
Well,
where-
we started walking down the back entrance or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. You know, I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or location. And that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the
Oh,
road?
absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on there's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side that the cow pasture's on, if you will. And I heard him say, I got it. And so, you know, of course, I walked back beside his car and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED. And maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. And I don't know which agent. Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they, and I'll say this, so they did take pictures of it while it was on the ground before they touched it. They picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alex and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, it's open.
So Alex provided you the password that you passed to the agents and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. 2 people have been killed and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail and they are 100% positive. And because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Did you go back to the residence at Moselle after finding the phone? Did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd been back up there, but they came and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort, I think it was Agent McAllister, throughout the house?
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off. And if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun guns and 300 blackout and the ammunition for those calibers.
And if you're walking through the house with her, it appeared she was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could tell she's looking because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit. So it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the
Well, I mean,
bathrooms and
I
tubs?
opened up up in the upstairs area. There's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small that, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did you search bathrooms?
She did. Well, I took her through every room in the house. I mean, every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets and?
So yes, sir. What I observed is like the shower, for example, is, it's a door. It's not an open shower. She opened the door, she looked around and, she was looking at it. She easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, sounds like guns, all kinds of, rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows, most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified, I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, you need to take this one. And we looked at it and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, no, put that one back. So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside briefly. Do you hunt with Alex over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. There was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we're turkey hunting on another piece of property down in Savanna River. And I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
do you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and big sticker on the saddle is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or a point person, but I absolutely, I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, listen, if you need anything from me or anybody and you can't get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back. I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach. So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wished?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Alameda? And I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before. Did anybody ask you, hey, can we go search Alameda?
No one asked anything.
Okay. would, if asked, would you have obtained consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alex's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
Did you remember law enforcement SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alec or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alec, Buster. I think that's it, but they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, you know, that's where we're staying there because of all this. And so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, did they come inside and sit down and talk with each other of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said, come in, and, you know, offered them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, you know, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done it simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many SLED agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
And I'm not sure that we need to actually play this, but have you been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something, either I did him so bad or they did him so bad? Have you heard that?
I have.
And you know Alex's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
And
there's,
had you heard him say that before his interview that day?
you know, I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th, were you or other family members with Alec for the most part, you know, for that week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother, I needed to be there for him. And I was, you know, of course I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was, you know, I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together. Or if we needed to go to the gas station, if he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew I just thought that's what I needed to do.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or?
That night, the next day, the day after?
Like I just said, he is, when you can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he, how was he coping afterwards, say later June and July and going forward?
You know, it's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be just sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and just, of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together. And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hugging.
Did you start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating,
Well,
sleeping?
he was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time. He lost weight. I skipped over something in my outline, and I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, early morning hours, did folks who were there at Almeida raise questions about perhaps the murder? Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the You mean at Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night. I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, Chief Alexander mentioned it. Once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? Of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Were you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion. And I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed.
Okay.
And you asked about the boating accident. So I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened. So I told him, and, I cried and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Objection.
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talk to you about visiting at your mom's house, mom and dad's house. Let's talk. Where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what you call the carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 524, it's in evidence, Doug, and go to slide 38. This is the GPS OnStar data. And Doug, if you'll blow up around the house, please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh, this is your mom's house, and this is GPS data from the night of June the 7th. Do you see that, the red line there?
It's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
Well, you want back it out a little bit, Doug? All right. Is that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the, right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136. And this would be Defendant's Exhibit 136 in evidence. And tell me where that is?
That's the same area. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area. So when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive. There's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, if you pull up Defendant's 135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Right.
I mean, it's just, they don't use this. It's a large home, and they just don't, as old as they are, well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't go to the front.
I'm sorry, just skip that. 131, Defendant's 131 in evidence, please. Again, is this sort of the same area photographed from a different direction?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
Okay.
Yeah.
And how far is that from the house roughly?
I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay. And that's and is it open around there? I mean, from the photo, is that accurate?
No, it's absolutely.
All right.
That whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
So Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah, yes. So I'd been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a opioid addiction?
No, sir.
Did you transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savanna to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday.
Right.
I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec and I got in the car or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will. And that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. Jim,
Did he turn
I don't know how
around?
much detail you want me to go into.
What, did he turn around in the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then,
And I say diarrhea, I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car, in his pants.
okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happened that stands out to you?
So that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping. And when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward and you could just tell that, I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible, horrible dream. And I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And sometime in September, did SLED actually come and search the house at Alameda?
Yes, sir.
And were you present?
I was.
Okay, were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay, and did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400 something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of a blue raincoat?
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, or when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you
Oh, absolutely.
had you ever, did they ever provide, anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where a coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
Was it the blue raincoat that?
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one, I saw a picture. I didn't see the coat itself. But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that. And I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
There's
let me-
only
let me-
two.
let me ask you,
I'm sorry.
The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing right there, it's what's kept there?
Clothing, not everyday clothing that's more or less in storage. Junk.
Right. Okay.
You know, it's not a first of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. The there's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Alameda?
Objection. No, I
Sustained.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. You know, he would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf clubs. If he went back when he would play golf, he just
During
a bunch of junk in his truck.
During hunting season, was there normally a gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he
In
have?
fact, during hunting season, because he always hunted. He always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still worked.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know whether he didn't know or just it wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And you provided information on evidence that they had against your brother.
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
Some of it.
and some of the information that you've been provided turned out not to be accurate information.
Yes, sir.
What type information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing. And can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. Lace with the drug.
Call for your sir.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent. SLED
Agent
agent.
of the
Yes, sir.
party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
It seems judge doesn't like this one. More needs a little more detail. Well, we'll see where it ends up. Nice little stretch break, everybody. Get some coffee. You know. The way it's looking, it's 4 o'clock here. Court goes till 5. I wonder what kind of cross we're going to get.
All right, everybody be seated. Hear this objection again.
State's objecting, calls for hearsay.
All right, in your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent. And I don't think we're talking about.
Party opponent.
Right, and the subsection 801D2, I think is what we're referencing. And it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about the statement. And I think we're getting into are some statements by particular law enforcement officers who've already been on the stand. And I don't think those are admission any issue that's a relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, they're directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdaugh.
Directly relevant?
Yes, sir.
So the objection not based on relevance.
Oh, I thought that's what, so a statement of a party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, it's, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
And SLED is the investigative agency. Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be the investigative agency. I'm not asking for Colleton County statements or it's the.
No, you've gotten those in already, the newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What else, Mr. Conrad?
I'd also object for the relevance as well, Your Honor, because the state has not offered the shirt and evidence. And the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Sure, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer to see exactly what he would say. But my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case, and I'd object to the relevance and to particularly with Mr. Murdaugh bringing it up.
All right, but tell me again what you're asking the witness.
Yeah,
Or
yes,
proffer it to the witness.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by, was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent. Yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right. And it was okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying, I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Waldemar to view the Blue Coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after
Can I
that.
answer your question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right, and what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put, this jury hasn't heard any evidence about any blood being on this T-shirt. And the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
He catches me 10 minutes with a cookie in my mouth. Damn it, Judge Newman.
It's okay. You chew. I can always talk. I have a gift
Well,
of
thank
gab.
you. Let me just swallow the ginger snap. It was
You're
worth it. It was a
fine.
ginger snap, people.
Ginger snaps are delicious, I gotta say. Okay, what do you guys think? What do you think about that guy? I feel like he was mostly honest, and I feel like there was a couple times that he didn't tell the entire truth because he kind of was looking different at the jury, kind of away from them. But what do I know?
Well,
just-
I would
he
say that being a family
been
member,
thinking.
that might be actually expected. Hey, Granny. What do
Hello.
you think of that objection before we get into John
ahead.
Marvin as a
I've
witness?
never heard
What?
anything like it. That is something I would need to think through because I've
Mhm.
never heard anything like it.
I was wondering the same myself. Now, it seemed like the state just didn't want them to go there, possibly
Right.
because it's going to make SLED look bad again. That is a bit of evidence they couldn't put in because it was so bad. But we have heard about it. They talked
Mhm.
about cutting it up. They talked about how bad it was, that it was presumptive, and then came back as negative. I think Dr. Silkman and myself have done 2 hours on it already. Exactly.
He
Just
may have
that
just
shirt.
wanted.
Yeah.
He may have only objected to throw the defense off their rhythm.
Mhm. I think he did because have you noticed when they use big legal words in the terms like that, the judge gets excited, but the defense just crumbles and starts to stutter. Like,
Mhm.
and I did also notice that the judge was actually leading both of them into which part of the area are you going to? Because I know what you're talking about here, but you're going to have to be clear because nobody else does, you know.
Yeah.
And giving them both opportunity there. I think the judge knew what it was about right away, but nobody else. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. What do you think, Granny, in regards to John Marvin and himself as a witness so far?
Neutral. You know,
Mhm.
I wasn't impressed by him. I wasn't unimpressed by him.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
agree with that. I mean,
Yeah.
it seemed like mostly to me that like his tears and stuff looked honest.
Mhm.
He did. You could hear it in his voice, the way his voice was cracking. I think that's a pretty good tell there that that he was, truly upset. Now, does that mean all of his testimony was correct? Yeah. This
Well,
guy, you got to remember, he's part of the Murdaugh family, so
he's
they
a
all
family
have had their
member,
hands
so
in some
he's
nasty
gonna
shit. Yep.
he's gonna look at things, not so much as covering or anything like that, but he's gonna look at
Oh, yeah.
things from a very family-oriented, positive way,
Biased.
just because he knows them a very biased way, and that's how he's gonna represent it, and that's expected. Nobody would expect
Yeah.
that he wouldn't. I think his relationship with Paul is absolutely genuine. Everyone out there, every article has spoke on it prior, how close they were. And also, if you look at even Buster as a nephew, he spends most of his time with John Marvin. Most of his time when he's around. That's where he is the family and everything. So
Yeah.
they all had good close relationship with him. He was a good uncle with them, and they had a good casual relationship. Paul seemed to get along with everyone that way. I think his emotion was genuine. Definitely.
Yeah. I think so too.
I
Mhm.
also think that he thinks somebody else did this murder. I
Yeah,
think
I agree.
Yeah.
I
he
agree.
really believes it was not his brother.
Mhm.
I agree. I agree. And, you know, I think the same thing of Randy without him even being on the stand, the way he's been in the audience, the looks on his face, the compassion he's had when,
Mhm.
you know, when Alex was upset and everything. I really, truly feel like the family thinks he didn't do it.
Yeah. And,
I mean, I don't know
yeah.
about Buster, but the majority, his
Mhm.
part, his side
Alex's
of the family
family
knows.
does. I'm not so sure about
Right.
Maggie's family.
Maggie's
Yeah,
family
no, Maggie's
is
family does
looking like,
not like him.
well, the sister has questions. They always did. You know, he stayed with them for the
Yeah.
longest time after the murders, on and off. Yes, he did.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they wouldn't have
Oh,
known right away. It would
right.
have taken a while for all of this to come out.
But the more he
Well, it was
talked
the
about the sister's testimony states that the more he talked about the boat accident instead of finding the killers, really started to concern them. He
Right.
never talked about finding the killers anymore. He
Because
never
he knew
worried
who it
about
was.
any. If they're so worried about everybody being in danger, why wasn't he protecting Buster? This is what started to bother the sister. She's worried that
Mhm.
somebody did this. And Alex was not acting like somebody else did it. Like he didn't act like he was under threat from anyone. And he wasn't
Mhm.
protecting the rest of the family from it. If this stuck out for her, and I trust her instincts on that, that is a glaring hole in his story about it being somebody else in retaliation for either the boat or for at Alex in general, for any of it.
Mhm.
And thank you for bringing that up, Claire, because I was going to say that and I totally forgot. Did you guys notice that John Marvin was actually actively trying to help the police and figure out who did it?
Mhm.
That's a guy who doesn't know who did it in his mind.
Mhm.
It's right, right.
Not the
And
way
he,
Alex did it,
mhm.
where he
and
didn't
mhm.
try to help. He didn't ask questions. Do you have any suspects? Do you know who might have done this? Did you guys find anything? You know,
And he's
like John
lying.
Marvin's on top of it and trying to help the police, and
Right.
Alex is
Exactly.
doing the exact opposite.
Mhm.
Exactly.
He's
And
trying to
this is
misdirect.
exactly. And this
Yep.
is also, it showed me during his testimony the types of conversations that were going on behind the scenes. After a year and a half of Alex telling him, they're just out to get me, they're just out to get me, he's looking at little things that they said and did that might mean that. Because when they did the phone thing, they did that day find a phone. But now he's making a big deal that they didn't just do it immediately. They did it within the hour. They were waiting for a tech. We heard that testimony. We heard the same testimony, only in a different light. We heard them say, John Marvin brought us the phone. John Marvin brought us the app. We all got together. John Marvin was with them when they found the phone in the car. But now he's acting like they didn't want to do it. He kind of inferred it, but then he had to admit that, yes, they said that they were waiting for a tech expert. They were, because they have to actually
Yeah,
get,
because it's
because they need that tech to actually take care of the phone as soon as it gets there for the chain of evidence. So there's no doubt you want someone more like that. Like they wanted it to be, if they knew where it was, just to make sure that they
yeah,
had it.
yeah. You
Mhm.
don't bring in the gardener and ask him to collect evidence for you. And that's
Well,
basically what he was
exactly.
wanting them to do.
Now, granted, if there was dire need, they could have. Maybe they thought the phone really wasn't going to go, that the battery died that quickly or anything. They weren't as panicked about it. But if you notice, the difference of his telling is more geared towards, oh my gosh, yes, you know, he's heard it a lot. This has been a topic of conversation with them from the start, that Alex is being targeted by the investigators. If
Yeah,
so,
if that
why
was
is
the
that?
case,
Yeah. If
yeah,
so, why
they would have
didn't, with
searched
all
that
this
entire
money?
house that night.
Mhm. It's obvious if Alex has this much money for his defense that he had just as much money to find his wife and son's killers. That's what I want to know. You take you a year and a half, you have all this money. You paid $10,000 for somebody to sit on that stand. Where was the detective you hired to find your killers? Where?
Mhm.
If you thought SLED was
Where
so
was the reward?
horrible,
Where was
right,
the reward offer?
right. If you thought SLED was so horrible, picking on you, why don't you care about finding the real killers?
Yep.
If you know you're not it.
Yeah, yeah. Let's be honest. 100 or what was 100K they offered? 200K.
Mhm. It was never paid out.
That is nothing. That is nothing for these people. These people are lawyers that, you know, high-end lawyers, like that one case, for instance, that we heard about. We know exactly how much money was coming off that case. Most of it was, you know, some of it was going to PMPED. But the point is, it was $792,000 that Alex made in a couple of weeks on a case.
Mhm.
So let's say he gets $300,000 out of that. I wish I made $300,000 every couple of weeks. Shit. and they offered $100K. This guy should have been cleaning out his bank account and begging for more money and asking people to help him put up more money for a reward to get people's attention and blah, blah, blah. That's just not how you do it. Not that I've ever seen.
And it had an expiration date on it. Let's not be cooler. He was very specific on when and how you could collect it and what. Like, so, like, the sincerity of it really was it is. This is why I say Alex's own words and actions do him in for me more than anything else. I don't see an innocent man. I don't see him acting in the realms of an innocent man. I really don't. I don't. They say that he's so distraught. I believe he was distraught. He's on pills. He's got financial troubles, and somebody just got killed on the property. Whether he did it or not, I don't know. But that's kind of stress. There's still a body. There's still police everywhere. I do understand he's under a lot of stress, and he's acting like crazy afterwards. And they think that is sincerely just because his wife and his son died. I think a good portion of it is, but there was so much more going on. So much more they're turning a blind eye to. When you look at John Marvin, do you see a man who had the wool pulled over his eyes as regard to addiction and lying and thievery? He doesn't respond to it at all.
Nope.
It's still his
Sorry,
brother.
I was reading something in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm texting with Robin.
I'm telling you, he's just as acting like
Robin.
he's acting like it didn't even exist, like it hasn't come up yet. No problem, you know.
Yeah. I wasn't one sliver about who else did I know. I know, Pete. I know.
Yep.
And Anjur said that
Said it
after
was a
watching the
whirlwind.
documentaries, my opinion of changed. She was involved with covering up the family's misdeeds and trying to manipulate other people to fall in line.
Did.
And
That
if I
kinda
remember correctly,
surprised me too.
I put in there that she was hiding beer cans and moving coolers at the boat scene. Is that what you said?
It
I wanted to
wasn't
make
at the
sure I said it
boat
right.
scene. That was not the boat scene. It
Oh.
was a car accident that
Okay.
Paul had with his girlfriend. That he might have been drinking. He was drinking and driving, and they made sure they removed all the guns and all of the beer cans before the police showed up. And actually chastised the girlfriend for calling 911 or the police because of the accident. Yes. Is that what you're recalling? Because that's what I don't believe. I
No,
do
we
believe
don't
that
do
this
it.
whole- Mhm.
Go ahead.
If you're talking about the boat accident, I can tell you that John Marvin's the one who took possession of the boat after the accident.
Yeah, that was another thing that came up in somebody said in the chat, might have been you. Yeah, that's
Do I
the other-
have
see,
that
no,
right,
see,
Pete?
that's the
Because
thing.
Pete's like my
as sweet and
timeline guy.
nice as yeah, right. As
No,
sweet and
'cause-
nice as some of these people seem, they're all in on their shit. And by the way, I want to point out the fact that John Marvin didn't know about the drugs. What did I say when this began when something that happens in a Southern home stays in that home. He didn't even let only his immediate family knew about, only because they caught him with them. So, you can't tell me that these brothers and sister and stuff know their brother as well as they think they do. I mean, he's doing drugs behind their back for years. They had no clue. How well do they know him? How much time do they really spend with him? So you can't say, oh, no, I know him. I know him better than anybody. And, oh, by the way, I just found out he had a drug problem and tried to shoot himself in the head. Yeah, you don't know him.
Also, I just wanted to thank, like, publicly, Petty PI, like Mango, for all the work she did on the lawsuits themselves, pulling all that data together. That was amazing work. It adds to a lot of it in the work she's doing on her channel. If you want a link, let me know. Like, I don't want to put any pressure on you, absolutely, but you just let me know. Just give me a wink or a sign in the chat, and I'll drop you one. I just don't know how to. I just don't know how to reach you on social media, which is the only reason I'm saying it out like this. So, but a lot of the work that I would not have known about the Randy Murdaugh, the lawsuit about the uncle with the money, trying to get the money back. With the farm equipment being traded and all of that, ways that they're trying to get money out of the estate. For them. For Buster and for just to pay bills and things like that. Because the truth be told, with all
God
of this
forbid he
going
work
on,
and pay his own.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out,
want that
like,
to
they
happen.
must have had to do something to release some of the money for him to be able to pay his defense. That must be one of the only things he's allowed to do with it.
I guarantee you that defense knows they're not getting one dime extra.
I'm going to make it easy for you, Petty. I'm putting it right here in the chat. That's for you. Okay. That's
Oh,
just a
I-
regular StreamYard link. Yeah.
I
There you go.
guarantee that the defense attorneys had Alan Murdaugh put up a hefty retainer before the case started.
Yes, he must have, and I'm looking at the amount of money they paid on the experts, and on the wonder Harpootlian was like, listen, if they have to stay for the weekend, I'm gonna go broke. I'm like, yeah, you're not gonna go broke because you're gonna get it from your client. You're just worried that you're not gonna be able to petition to get it from your client. It's a little harder for this client to pay out money,
Yeah,
Um,
he's afraid he's going to have a cap and he's going to have to pay the rest out of pocket, which I mean, I don't blame him. Who the hell would want to pay for someone else's murder trial,
But
I don't
it is,
blame him for that.
it's
But he knew
reasonable
that
because
walking into it.
yeah, but it's reasonable because if they are having to disperse it that way, that there was a cap on it, like only so much at a time. Like they'd have to go back to court to get more and explain all the increases and things like that. Nobody wants
Oh,
to
yeah,
have to do that.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't want to be staying in a $20,000 a week resort
Mhm.
and have to pay for that guy's Motel 6. It's $70, $80 for the weekend. Whew.
It wasn't. Look at where the Harpootlian's staying. I doubt very much it was a Hotel 6. Like, ooh, yee. That's
No,
all
I'm just saying Harpootlian's staying in a nice place. That doesn't mean the witnesses are, was my point. Unless he's stroking. He's probably the
Go ahead.
You generally put
Go
your
ahead, Granny.
witnesses up in a hotel that's commensurate with there's what
Expertise.
they would be.
what they're used to living like. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And the amount of money that they're getting paid an hour and the amount that he's paying, I would say it was pretty hefty.
Yeah.
A pretty nice place that they're staying because they'd have to be treated the value of their
services.
expertise and their services.
Because
Like,
if you don't,
Guy-
they're going to say no next time you ask.
exactly.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to treat him like, well, plus you want him swayed in your direction, obviously, if you're the defense.
Mm-hmm.
So if you kiss their ass, buy them a nice steak dinner, you might get a
Bring
little
the
favor,
jury.
right?
Mm. Hetty makes a real good point here. I just want to point out when I look at GMM and look at his words and actions and I look at everything, JMM was on it. So was Randy, and it leads credence with the financials things they did after he got arrested. Yes, there's actually articles, many articles about the conversations they had during court, during jail rather, and those are all recorded. And that they may have crossed the lines at sometimes about manipulating money, which is why things got clamped down. Welcome, Pitty.
Yep. Hey, Mango.
Oh, I call you Mango.
Hey.
Is that the name? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes
You're
by Mango.
welcome to stay up here because they'll be breaking again, probably, intermittently, and we do talk after. It's just we as you notice, we mute during the actual testimony. So as soon as they start, we're just all quiet. But welcome. I'm glad you could join us.
Thanks for
I'll
having
see y'all
me.
in a bit.
Yeah. Oh, there goes Beck again. He's having internet fluctuations and stuff. Oh. I don't think we're going to get crossed today. Do you, Granny? I don't.
I don't know. I doubt it, but it's possible, but I doubt it. Hi, Mango. You're my favorite fruit.
All right, thank you.
I love that.
The objection's overruled.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was that SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
So Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alex's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
And have you,
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
and have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, we communicate.
And just
Now,
briefly-
Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you,
Yeah, he's had a stroke and is basically homebound. And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
Jamar, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. You just don't know what to do, but it was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him.
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
and to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean, to me, full cooperation. Yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah. So I believe anytime that they asked to search something, anytime they asked to do something, they asked for information, it typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay, I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have. But to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but
Okay.
it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
Okay. So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course, at that point, I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
Okay. You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video,
When I listened to it.
Right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but
All right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
no, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you'd agree that if he had not told SLED that, that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel,
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
All right, so I don't want to go through the whole kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all, but let's just focus on, so what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle did he drive on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more, as
Okay.
I drive the identical truck.
Okay, all right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend,
It
correct?
was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's, that's correct.
And then Monday, there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives a mom's car
Okay.
back to Alameda. gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all, that
Your
night,
truck, I'm sorry.
that's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 a.m, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 a.m. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition. I mean,
Okay.
same place I always leave them.
Okay.
Because I drove it to Alameda that night.
And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well? Or is that?
It's white as well. Yes, sir.
And it broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. You left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together.
Okay.
And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back and I jumped in his
And
car.
You
or
left the
truck
truck
or
there?
whatever, it's Suburban.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you, my apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
And were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out. Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours.
Mhm.
But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis to your observations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about the morning of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you're the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
And so do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning,
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Well, okay. And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you other than the SLED agents? Because there were several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall without seeing the video. I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister, but I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay, but there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys, friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time?
You know, I don't remember. I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when SLED came over to, I believe it was Greenfield where they came.
That's correct.
To interview. It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I don't think they didn't not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that, but they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge?
Mhm.
I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010. Let me make sure I have that date correct. Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021. And I believe SLED came to your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall SLED coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's the date, but
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming. It
Okay.
was Agent Croft and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat into both those interviews, correct? With both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster,
Okay.
and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
That's the way I thought it was.
Okay.
I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And do you recall during that October 12th interview, the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster? Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house,
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall SLED bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
Okay. And I think you also looked at it. And you don't recall?
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Big courts are doing. Do you recall what the busser's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15, no, it wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay what Buster said. He's asking to recall what Buster said.
I sustain the objection.
And then you agreed with what Buster said right afterwards. You don't recall that?
No, Mr. Conrad, what I'm telling you is I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. I don't, so you asking me that, I'm just telling you, I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct? With
It
your
was
brother.
detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, well, Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida, is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I want to make this as clear as we can. You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It was just such a startling, just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and the taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th was actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help. It gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex specifically was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger.
Well, I can tell you this, if somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people is wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that,
If Jeannie Second just said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seconder on June 7th?
I wasn't.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Yes, I think any family's name and legacy is important to them. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
We'll unmute, but we'll be careful because often after the jury walks out, they get into some heated kind of whatever, or he at least checks in with the attorneys about the next day, who they'll be bringing forward or what they're going to be addressing. But I didn't expect him to rest like that. I don't know. Don't you think he could have asked him more, Petty? I think he could have.
Okay, so he could have asked him more. He definitely could have. But at the point that he was getting to the questions that he had been asked by the prosecution, if he had tried to ask him any more, you would have ended up in an Alex word salad situation.
True. Yeah, that's what it looked like.
The defense has rested any matters of law at this time.
Your Honor, we would, defense would just renew our motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously argued
Again.
at the close of the state's case.
Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
The motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day. Obviously, as is the nature of reply, we will assess that tonight. But right now I have 4 definite witnesses, perhaps a 5th, that as it stands right now that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy. Lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
Quietly.
Any comment, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr.
Your Honor, I no way critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy. I'll be ecstatic if it happens. But for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be a better. Pardon me? Oh, and somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you would allow the jury to visit the site. So
Close of the reply.
okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy to.
What are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
It will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Oh, there's something going on here. There's something really loud coming through, Granny. Just give me a private message when you're ready. There's something really screaming through your mic. But Petty, can you believe that? Can you believe the nerve of Harpootlian?
Actually, I
have my
Okay,
mic on mute.
I know you did, but it was coming through because when I muted you, it would stop. So I don't know what it was, like something weird happening. It could be a StreamYard thing too. But I'm sorry, Petty. What were you saying?
Oh, I can believe the audacity of Harpootlian because he's one of my state senators. So yeah, he's a lawyer legislator, which means that he has like the weirdest types of rights ever when it comes to whether or not he actually has to participate in the General Assembly. He can like skip out to be able to do court cases if he wants, and he's doing that right now.
Wow. Yes, and he did. And he did about when the trial was going to come forward. He actually wanted it delayed several times because of other cases and other more important things that he had to do. Like I remember that there was a lot of motions that way. But also, he's the one that kind of uncaringly pushed forward for the date rather than a delay. Judge Newman had lost his son and did not ask for a delay or anything like that. They didn't reassign it or anything. But he actually asked for like certain hearings to take place, like not to affect his schedule, kind of not even taking any of that into consideration. And I think it was that moment when I really started to see him as being a little entitled in a little one way when it comes to scheduling and stuff like that. You know, like he had to get that dig in. He had to get that dig in on the state. You know, he just like because he has no control. The state, you know, that's their right? God us granted to do rebuttal. It takes as long as it takes. It's his right.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't hear the state asking him to hurry.
On the other hand, I know exactly what he's doing. He's playing to the jury. The jury's getting tired. The jury wants to go home. And so he's just making it sound like, oh gosh, you guys could go home if it wasn't for this prosecution that just wants to drag this thing out.
Yeah, that's true. That's why except for the Creighton Waters just has more manners. He's lucky I'm not the opposing state. I'd be saying things like, what is it you do not wish them to hear? Like, is there a day I should stop so they don't hear like the testimony you want them to hear? Is there testimony you don't want me to bring forward? Did you give me that list? Like, I would be so snarky. Like, what are you doing? And point it out, you know? Lawyer. I know. Yeah, I'd be bounced, you know, in a second. Yeah. But it does annoy me, his manners. He's always trying to tell everybody in the court what to do. Like, instead of just asking the judge, he kind of tells the judge what would be the best. It's the way he talks to him that is offensive to me. It's almost like he's telling him what to do. The judge gets like a humor about it. He's like laughing. He's like laughing at him.
I think L. Tyler's is looking for some pushback or some trying to start a little something in the chat there.
Well, you know what? You can believe what you want. You're entitled. Absolutely, you are. But we're not going to argue about it, are we, chat? Nope, we don't argue. They can have their opinion. We're not going to attack anybody over it. Let them say what they want. They can believe what they want. I mean, there's enough evidence out there for them to see. And if that's what they think, fine. Well, we're not going to start nothing here. You know, that's for sure.
Yeah. We have our opinions, and due process says innocent until proven guilty. So have at it.
I like Pete. He doesn't say what he's going to say. He just writes the word delete. Yeah, right. So I don't have to do it. Thank you, Pete. Thank you. But like I said, people, just be respectful. Everybody's entitled to opinion, and it is a new name that we haven't seen, but we don't want to. That's fine.
I think you can make a case that Alex has not been proven guilty of the murders, but I don't think you can make a case that he is actually innocent. I mean, he admitted he had lied to the police. If nothing else, that makes him complicit to a small extent.
Yes, and I am stuck on the fact that I would like just to consider this one fact, L. Tylers. I know it's a lot to come up against when you've got a whole bunch of people here who have been listening, and we actually, the majority of us do believe that he did it. We just, some of us also believe there's not enough for a jury to actually convict him. But I would ask you this: besides Alex Murdaugh, who else had control of that murder scene before, during, and after? If you can give me one scrap of evidence that points to anybody else, I hear you out. I really will, because I'm looking for that myself. I don't want us innocent man to go anywhere. Okay, but when it comes to the actual evidence, when it comes to means and the ability to be able to do it, and actually the opportunity to do it, there's only one person that survived that hour at the kennels, and that's Alex Murdaugh. So if he didn't do it, he knows damn well who did.
Yeah, I was about to ask, if the estimated time of death was around 9 p.m. and he
Mhm.
was leaving the property, and they have him leaving the property at 9:06, he was at the big house from 9:02
Mhm.
to 9:06. As he's leaving, wouldn't he have seen another car down at the kennels?
There
Wouldn't he
would have been
wouldn't he be
exactly.
aware of what's going
Mhm.
on down there? Wouldn't he go check it out?
Mhm.
Like, if he's not the one that did it, then
Mhm.
who is he protecting?
Exactly, because L. Tyler's, if he is innocent, and there is a good chance that he is, who is he protecting? Because where is the evidence of anything else he saw that indicated anybody else being there? Where are the guns? Okay, where's the access? Nobody else knew that Maggie and Paul were going to be at the kennels. Only Alex did. He has enough information to actually, uh, if he has that information, he could be cleared. If he came up with his shirt and he tested that there was nothing on it, he'd be walking out an innocent man right now. If he brought his sneakers he was wearing that day in, he'd be leaving this trial an innocent man, fully acquitted. The evidence needed to acquit him somehow magically disappeared during the time frame he had access to it. And when you can explain that to me, you know what? I'll go with you that he's totally innocent. Because to me, it's all about what's missing and who had access to make it missing.
Aaron Reese says ninjas don't drive cars.
Exactly. They fall out of trees if they still leave marks. There'd be broken tree branches. There'd be something. Even a magical ninja coming through the roof at that angle to shoot would have left more evidence than what's there, because it would have been another person there.
Jesus
I'm
killed them,
serious.
and then he disappeared.
I agree with you, L. Tylers. The whole community does hate the Murdaughs, lots of enemies, but
they
all
did
of them
before
are
this.
normal people with a right to, because look at what he did. They're not
Right.
super sleuths. They could not have done this without leaving a scrap of evidence.
Right.
I agree they've got a hate train after him. I agree he's a very unlikable person. I agree I've got bias against him because he's such a hateful individual. But what I will draw the line at, you're not showing us any reason that proves he's innocent, except for the fact that all the evidence that would actually make it positive that he was disappeared under his guidance. You're gonna have to show me how that didn't happen.
Also, you're gonna have to, because I lived in Colleton County for a good number of years. I lived not that far away from the Moselle property. I know what the woods are like out there, the forestry and everything. You cannot be out there hiding in the woods in the middle of the night and not get like attacked by shit. You would be shooting everything, because there's wild hogs, there's boars, there's
Mhm.
all of these animals. You can't just go and hide in the woods and stalk them out. That doesn't happen.
Exactly. I have no idea. They say that you have. I'm sorry, you can't, Luke. Well, I understand. Like they walk around with guns all the time. That's why when he says, like, Maggie would have ran, and I'm thinking, she's used to guns, whatever, like that. Who knows, like, actually what she have done, All I know that what happened quick, and it was
Mhm.
volatile and chaotic.
Right.
Absolutely. And that neither victim had the chance to respond defensively. That tells me a lot. That tells me, there was in people are acting like he's not capable of that. And I understand wanting to think he's not. I will admit that I still think the jury will be hung. I really do. I don't think there's enough here. Mhm. The boat crash could
We'll
have been
see.
the
We'll
reason
see
that he
soon.
was killed. If that's true, L. Tylers, then why is there why is there no protective custody on Alex Murdaugh and his surviving son, Buster? Can you explain that to me? Because what does killing Maggie and Paul, and why Maggie? I mean, and yes, and why not Alex Murdaugh, the interloper himself? Like, you see, what you're saying doesn't make that much sense to me.
Oh, it doesn't make sense to me because, well, Alex is a lawyer. Alex knows that if your client is currently awaiting trial and it's for something that is a dangerous crime, they hurt someone. If someone's sending them threats, if someone is attacking them in public, if someone is doing something, you want that paper trail to show that your client is being harassed and targeted. So if something happens to them, you know who to turn to first, and it's retaliation in the state of South Carolina. They did not have a paper trail. They did not have reports on it. He was apparently in Colombia and had gotten assaulted in public and was getting beat up all the time. Where are the documentation of those incidents?
Exactly.
I'd like to respond to Bearded Heretic, who said,
Yes.
I don't think they've proven motive enough. They don't have to. Motive is not an element of murder.
Legally, they don't. Only
Right.
operation, opportunity and means, correct?
No, they don't
But-
even have to prove either of those. What they have to prove is that it's more likely or not than not that a crime was committed, and then Alex Murdaugh committed it.
And that's where the reasonable doubt thing gets cloudy. They don't realize that unless they have a plausible other thing to turn to, that there's a more other answer, like a either or. They very well could take what the state is saying and say that is the most reasonable way these crimes committed, and I'm going with it. Because reasonable doubt means there's something in the evidence that isn't sticking to that story. And I think most of what Creighton Waters has put out all matches. There might be holes in it, like the missing shirt and no weapons and things like that. But the stuff he did stitch together stays stitched together accurately and very well.
They
you
have
know
to
what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, they have to prove that the people died, and there's no question about that. They have to prove that it was homicide, and they did prove that. Not only did their own forensic witness say that, the opposing forensic witness also agreed that this was a homicide. And then you have to prove that Alex is the one that committed the homicide. That's where I could see finding, some reasonable doubt, but you do not have to prove motive. All of that stuff is TV. That's not real law.
Right. Yes. Dr. Silkman is asking if any of us remember, and I've already answered that I do not recall the mention of cadaver and scent dogs brought into the SLED investigation.
Let me check the SLED reports that I have inside of the drive and see if they make mention.
Okay,
There
because
wouldn't
that
be
would
any
be
reason
cool.
to bring cadaver dogs because the bodies were right there. There was no question of where the bodies were.
No, what they do is to see if anybody leaving the property by foot or anything else traveled anywhere with the scent of the victims on them. That's what it means. At least I think that's what you mean, right, Dr. Silkman? Because that right there, if they had done that and ruled that out, that the dogs didn't go anywhere but right there on the property, would mean that only the 3 people we've been talking about were involved in the kennel recently. Like, that would smell like it. That's it. But you know how they do that to see if you can find somebody that's got the scent of the victims or the scent of there is a lot of blood. And so they would be looking for it away from the scene.
Right.
Just the scent of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Aaron Reese is right, though. Cadaver dogs are generally dogs that are trained to find a scent that's underground. And scent dogs are usually trained to find a scent that's in the air, and they're usually not the same breed of dog.
Look, he said, well, not using that dogs is a massive lost opportunity because they would have found those ninjas, They would have followed them out. I get you. I get because as they just testified, the killer would have been covered in blood. Yes, and even have some type of injury from the experts the defense put forward themselves. I get you. They would be covered in blood and other biological material because the ninjas didn't actually hang out to take a shower. Alex Murdaugh did, but not the ninjas. I mean, let's be clear.
Sure they did. They used the hose.
They could have, that's what I'm saying. Whoever it was, including Alex, hosed off there first before going in the house and taking that shower. I can tell you that. Because that would have been everywhere. and you don't want to get caught walking up to the property or walking into the property or depositing any of that in your vehicle or anywhere else. I mean, he hosed off immediately. That whoever, I wouldn't say
That's why
he.
there were none of Alex's footprints there either, even though there
That's right,
should have
because
been.
they washed away, didn't they? You
Right.
see, we're thinking the
Even-
same thing. That
even-
hose got rid of most of the ancillary evidence that would have been there.
The lack of Alex's footprints totally obliterates his claim that he got there and came and checked the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would have gotten blood on his shoes if nothing else, and there should be some bloody.
Oh well,
footprints
he's
from
saying
Alex.
he's saying he did. It's just those shoes are missing.
But no, I'm saying there's no footprints when they were
Yeah,
checking the footprints. None
yeah,
of those were Alex's
there's none.
footprints.
There's none. And he's saying he touched the bodies, and like
Right.
he would have been covered with blood, but the shirt, like, it's missing. That's
Mhm.
definitely missing. The stuff about the raincoat, like, I think that's just for disposing of the weapons. I'm not so sure he was wearing it. It does seem.
Mhm.
Remember how much larger he was than he is now. He's a big man anyway, but he had some weight on him at the time of the murders.
Mhm.
And I don't see him being able to wear that raincoat that way, not comfortably. But I don't know. But I do believe that he did wrap the murder weapons in them. I believe there's enough evidence in there and the way it was hidden to say so.
Oh, hold my beer. I hate to be kind of graphic, but it did not go out of the entry hole. That is why there was hair on the door.
Thank you. What? Wait a minute. That is why. Okay. So you are, hold my beer. You are going, okay. So does that mean that supports Dr. Reimer or Eisenstat? I'm thinking that supports
entry hole
Reimer.
is him saying, I don't know how it pops out of a gunshot entry hole. Yeah, that supports Reiner because the guy today was trying to argue that, it came from above. Well, then why is their hair exploded backwards?
Exactly. And he said and then he said something very, I hope the jury catches this, that because the head wasn't shaved, you can't prove it. Well, that means he can't either. Yeah? He can't either. He's just speculating. And he never saw the body. I still am in line with the. I am too, Bearded. I don't know if it's just everything she said about it made perfect sense. And she took the time to explain why she believed what she said. And now he's not even addressing stippling. He's trying to say that weapon was right up against the head, and yet there's stippling, and I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
No, so if we take the autopsy testimony, the ballistics, the things that Alex admitted to last night, or on Friday. Sorry, I was watching it last night. She said that if you were down, if you were holding the gun from a low angle, you would get that exact shot that you want. He said that he was sitting in that golf cart. Because of the way that the door is and where he would have been located in that golf cart, Dr. Silkman, he would not have gotten any biological material on himself. He would have been sitting down, gun up, boom.
I never thought about that. He would have achieved the angle, and it would have been just far enough away, right? Because before the cement, right? If he was on the other, I know what you're saying now. Okay, and he aims you know what? She said 3 to 5 feet. What if it's closer to 5 feet? This is true. That makes sense to me, actually. I can see that.
If that's the case, it'd definitely be premeditated. It would have been, it would not have been a spur of the moment thing. He would have made the decision to do it before he
And
got
it kind of makes sense why there's no other footprints in the blood. I'm thinking he fell back, whatever. But then I'm trying to justify in my head why Alex's footprints aren't in the blood, just like Paul's. Paul turned around because he got shot from behind, like sort of it spun him a little bit. He turns around to face him and gets shot and falls out the door. That makes sense if he's outside the door in the golf cart. It does. And it's at the right angle.
And then you have the fact that Maggie, when he described where Maggie was standing the last time he saw her, that was where her body was found. And they did say that She had a mark on her leg. She had a tire mark on her leg. The tire mark is oddly very close to the golf cart that he was driving.
Right. And it's also like he could have just used the golf cart to go after her. That's why we don't see his footprints everywhere.
And that's why they don't question the tracks, because he drove the golf cart all over the property that day.
Exactly. You know what? I had not you just blew my mind. I had not thought about the golf cart. I knew she brushed up against the golf cart. I was almost convinced that the golf cart had something to do with that mark on that leg. Every time everybody said, "Oh, look at the fenders, look at this," I said, "No, she brushed up against it somehow. Either running away from it, ran into it, something." But I know that the golf cart didn't roll over her leg, because there would have been crushing injuries and things like that are not apparent on the body. It was, I believe, while she was upright or falling. Do you know what I mean? Like so in the vicinity. It was more of contact with it. But wow, that, you know what? That's Mango. Like that's Dr. Silkman, that gives us something to think about.
But
remember the shells get. Oh, he says, remember the shells got ejected into the room. No,
but you have to consider that they hunted all the time.
Yeah, they could have been different shells. Yeah,
they used the same type of bullets. They did not use a specifically different bullet that day. It was a 12 gauge waterfowl shot. They use that all the time. They have a dove pond that they go hunting at.
Because actually the shells that were found are the same type of shell that would most likely be in that gun, but not necessarily the ones that got expelled for that incident. That's
exactly.
What you're okay. Because that's all we can identify, is that they belong to the same kind of gun. They are the type of bullet that is found in the body. But do we know that they actually expelled from that gun on that event? No, because the whole property is covered with events that match up to those guns.
They found bullets right outside of the feed room. They found bullets in the feed room. They found bullets over by the shed. They found them over by Maggie. Like they were everywhere.
That is, yeah, that's it. Well, see, that's plausible also. Yeah, so I think the next time we talk, like, Mango, you got to come back and talk more. You know a lot about this. Yeah, come back. You know, anytime you want, we're up here on this. Please feel welcome. But that is very, very interesting. Very interesting. Now my mind is working. I'm trying to match up everything else I know with the golf cart. And I can't find a reason to exclude it. Dr. Silkman, you're going to need to help me. I cannot find anything to exclude the golf cart from this scenario, especially if I try to bring in, like I do, whatever the defense is trying to tell us. And the one thing the defense tried to tell us that I thought was ridiculous is that the perpetrator was 5'2", right? Well, Alex sitting down is pretty close to 5'2", I think. Anyway. Or at least has the same angle of somebody standing with a gun at that light. I mean, come on. That kind of, wow. Alex had to be right next to his son twice. The plastic wadding tells you, oh, right. He's saying the gunshot had to be closer to the body, is what Dr. Silkman is saying, because of the wadding. What do you think? Is there any way to get the golf cart right to the opening of the door? Like, I think there's poles there, right? For the overhang and cement that he would have to drive up on.
He would have to drive underneath that, but that would be easy in one of their golf carts. And he's 6'4", so he can lean across his front seat.
So he could easily, if he drove right up to the doorway, is what you're saying, and then kept driving, but he'd have to get out of the way for the body to fall. That's for sure. The body fell right outside that door. The cart can't be there at that time, right?
I mean, the wads, they can expel 30 to 50 feet.
Yeah, but the 30 to 50 doesn't match with her testimony about that barrel of the gun being 3 feet away from the body. The barrel of the gun.
Well, we'll see what comes out.
This is amazing. Boy, look, I kind of like this, like being like trying to challenge the theories here that I thought I had. I like it. Yep. Twice the plastic wadding tells you this. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, doing some research.
I know. But if you want the link, let me know, Dr. Silkman. I will drop it. You can come up and talk to us. He was close and personal. Paul had stripling. Okay, so what if he shot Paul and then jumped in it? And I think could he have been in it to account for the angles of Maggie's wounds then?
Oh.
Perhaps, I mean, that's more likely.
I mean,
Up to
he
3
also
feet for the body is what Rainer said. Yes, she did. She said 3 feet. Yeah, 2 to 3 feet. The
Yeah.
barrel was from the body based on the wounds that she saw. And I'm gonna go like with her actually seeing the wounds, the way she described like the story the body tells. That for the most part is the strongest evidence I think that we've had. He says Alex wasn't shooting Paul he was close and personal because Paul had stippling on him. Yep. That does make it closer, but what Petty is saying, what Petty Mango is saying is that golf court could get close enough if it was right outside the door. But it does have a problem with it getting out of the way when the body falls through the door. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because remember, he wasn't right at the doorway, Paul, when he got shot. He was up in front of the where they keep the feed on the shelves there. They showed the mannequin. He's a few feet inside the door already.
initial shot could have been, the very first shot could have been farther away because they did say that he started to turn is what they assumed. So he gets shot the first time, and then by the time he starts to turn because he realizes, oh, I'm being shot, he's up closer. He gets shot from a close range, and then he gets the stippling on him.
I know he is, but the stippling was not there, not in the shoulder wound. Was there not also evidence of that's where the wadding and all is, right? And that is, did they not have a stippling wound there too on the chest? Was the stippling only in the head? I thought that there was one on the chest wound, which would mean he still had to be pretty close, like, not too far away. He had wadding marks on his chest. Yes, that's what I recall.
Well, I need to get going, but thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you, Godless Granny. It was really pleasant. It was nice not to have like good conversation during the breaks. I really enjoyed both you and Vic and Mango. I'm gonna wrap up in a couple of minutes, but you have any last words you want to say before you run? Or
No. See you
okay,
tomorrow.
we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. All right. Bye. And how about you? Do you have anything that you want to let them know before we wrap up here? Anything that you noticed or anything like that, Petty? Because I definitely would want you to have a say before.
So I've been trying to follow things as closely as I can. I've been reading all of the articles, and something that we all seem to not pay attention to when it comes to JMM and Randy is the fact that their very first interview about this was 10 days after on national television, Good Morning America.
Okay.
And they say the exact same lies in the exact same way.
So they
All
were
three of
actually
them.
all three of them saying stuff together. I want to go find that interview. Do you have it? You have it? I think around lunchtime would be a good time to play that tomorrow. I'm going to look for it. It was on AMA. Is that what you said? Good Morning America?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was June when? June 11th or whatever? The murders happened on the 7th.
17th.
June
It was
17th.
June 17th, 10 days after the murders. And they said, we didn't know that the threats were that bad. We should have paid attention. We had no idea.
Then why weren't they all under protection? Why didn't they do stuff to protect Buster and everything? Where's all the evidence of that then?
Why wasn't Paul being protected while waiting trial? Why wasn't Paul was working with John Marvin all the time, which I think was just like a court order thing, just saying, allegedly. But because Paul talks to him all the time. They have these heart-to-hearts. Why wouldn't you know about these threats and how bad they are?
Exactly. Like you would think like, and I think more should have been done. Like they would have acted differently. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get your. Do you mind if I drop your channel link for you?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, good. Okay. I always ask because, like, some people like they don't like the extra attention, but I can't see why not if we're on YouTube, right? I mean, that's why we're here. All right. So here is Petty's channel for all of you. It will be tagged in the description sometime tonight when I get done. But as far as like that's going to be later for the timestamps than usual, because I have a stream later today with Chris from Hereticals, and of course we're going to be talking. Seems what everybody wants to talk to me about these days. The Murdaugh trial. He wants to know about it. He knows nothing. It should be interesting to talk to somebody who knows nothing about the trial and try to tell him what's going on. That should be like a hoot. But anyway, there's the link. It's 8 o'clock later tonight. You want to be called Mango? I see the name there. I'm going to try to get used to calling you Mango instead of Pity because that's what I keep seeing. So, Mango, please feel free to come back anytime. You hit the chat. Just let me know. I'll drop the link. I don't know how to reach you on any other social, or I would send it to you privately. But just know you're welcome. You're welcome for the rest of the trial anytime you want to come up for break or lunch. You've done a lot of research, and you deserve to have your voice out here, too.
Oh, thank you. Because, John Marvin, he's not exactly the best at keeping his composure. Before we leave here, I would like to leave y'all with a quote from John Marvin, actually, because he did an interview with the Island Packet. He actually did it twice. The first time was March 2022, and then it updated in February.
Okay.
They asked him if he thought that Alex killed his wife and son. And he said in the most Murdaugh way possible, "No, I do not believe he did. Is it possible that he could have? Well, I guess anything's possible, but I don't believe it. I'm certain that he did not. That is my belief, and I truly believe that to my core. But I also understand that, maybe I don't know things. Maybe SLED knows a lot more than I do. All I can tell you is what I believe, and I don't believe he had anything to do with it."
So it was like, I absolutely don't believe it, but I don't know everything that's going on. So if you come and prove it to me later, or it comes out, at least I'm not an idiot for saying I backed him. Basically, that's what he said,
SLED
right?
might know more than I do, but I mean,
But actually, that was quite telling that John Murdaugh knew more on August 11th than, August 12th than he's letting up to. That and yet never talked to his brother about it. Never once. Could it be that they're lying about not knowing? Maybe Alex did tell them.
I mean, he did delete the 16-second answered phone call to Randy at 10:46 p.m. He got off the phone with 911 at 10:17. He also deleted the phone call with John Marvin. And he deleted all of the phone calls between the time that he got off the phone with 911 and the time the first officer arrived at 10:25.
Yes, he did. He deleted everything. And deleted Maggie's too. This is quite telling because he's the one that says that cell phone data is really important in this case. So then
He
why
did
is
not
he deleting
delete
it?
Maggie's cell phone data. He just deleted his calls on his end.
No,
Her
right,
data
but
was
not me.
fine.
I meant to her call. Like what I meant
Yeah.
was his calls to her is what I meant.
Yeah.
Those 5 calls disappeared, but they appeared on her phone. And
That's
also
crazy.
that 1017 call, can't they get it from the other guy's phone? Can't they get it from Randy or John, or did they delete it also? I would like to know
Randy or
that.
John would either have to consent to having their phone data pulled, or they would have to get a subpoena. They would have to be seen as accessories to this investigation.
They would be if they don't voluntarily turn over information that's been deleted from his phone, especially when put to the presence that it could clear him. But apparently that's not an issue, huh? You can't get any more personal than that. Remember, Teresa Hallback, A Nightmare. I do remember, Dr. Silkman. I do. Dr. Silkman, I get it. All right, on that, I'm going to close up and try to get a little rest before my next stream. Thank you so much for joining me, Mango. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I hope you'll come back. Dr. Silkman, it was so nice to see you here. I hope you did get some rest. I did. And this was some kind of testimony today. I can't wait to talk to you again. Well, it looks like we're going to have to wait till the end of the week when they go to jury. Who knows how long that's going to take? I can't wait to see who they bring forward tomorrow. It's quite interesting.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I know. They say I got to think about it overnight. Like who could come for as a rebuttal? And one of them are supposedly going to take a little while. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because when he first talked about it, he just had the one rebuttal witness that he wanted to call
Mhm.
initially.
He
And
said one, maybe two, and now
Yeah.
it's like 4, maybe 5.
Alex
4,
just
maybe
should
5.
have stayed quiet, not given more information than he needed to.
He did give him a lot to work with, didn't he? Yeah. I don't think you. Yeah, I think he did himself more harm than good. But I know my opinion's not popular on it. Everybody thinks he got great sympathy. I don't think so. I think people were looking to see him pull the sympathy card with that one, and they might be able to recognize it. We'll see. It depends. You know, the jury's just everyday average people from the community. Remember that. They're from right there. They all know everybody quite well. So, anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Mango, and we hope to see you again soon. All right, you all have a good night, and I'll see you in the morning, 9:15. Bye, all.